KUAM FM, Hagåtña, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Halo zengin tisina zumoski Pasana nailakwi pasna namo Lokani haifa maguan Zen hasu ifinohu Zen mana hawesta Tintalu Haneni hai Haneni hai Haneni hai Haneni hai Haneni hai Sa usanga ni hao na preciso Haneni nailokwi Tohu Lo ahiti paraguahu Lo parei famagonhu Zang kuntodu nai hagu Saguahu Haneni hai Haneni hai Haneni hai Haneni hai Haneni hai Yeah Oh Oh Haneni hai Haneni hai Haneni hai Haneni hai Haneni hai Halo zengin Tisinya zumoski Pasana nailokwi Pasna namo Loha hasuha asagwahu Na haguzu domingo Zanumana hawesta Tintalu Haneni ai Haneni ai Haneni ai Haneni ai Haneni ai Haneni ai
Times were hard, we were strong and we all stood tall till we fall. It's me and you against the turning of time. We're waiting peace of mind, hoping that one day we'll be fine. Away from accusations and the rest of the mess. No more haters to get in the way of this painful test. For the rest of the time we could just spend it together, telling stories, making love. You name it, baby, whatever, anywhere that this strikes. You're still the light of my day, the warmth of my soul. I said the cool in my shade. You my love, you my mate. Together taking on fate. Me and you like Bonnie and Clyde taking over the stage. So till the date that I'm rested, and you got to move on. Promise me one thing, you're gonna be strong. I love you, that's why I'm singing this song. So for now, just take my hand until our journey is done. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be right here, right here, right here. Whatever it takes, or how my heart breaks, I will be right here, right here, right here. No empty promises, ain't no lie. Truth coming from the heart, please don't cry. Girl, you're the only one, feel me now, 'cause I'ma fix what is wrong, show you where you belong, yeah. I adore you, girl, I will explore you. Tell me what you want now. There ain't no one who can make me feel the way that you do, my baby girl. Let me hold you tight, girl, make you feel alright, girl. You're the only one, I'm waiting for you, girl. Let me hold you tight, girl, make you feel alright, girl. You're the only one, I'm waiting for you. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be right here, right here, right here. Whatever it takes, or how my heart breaks, I will be right here, right here, right
Appendisi susiso usa ungwai zatu Unsoki kura solo anong chikuju Lo neni una puti ikorason mo Neni po favor dispensa sa hogo para gohu Sa gohu ha para hogo Sa toza mos malagohu Para tapanita to di tempo Centris kizupago sa unding uju Querida, por favor, dispensa menanzuos sa mahalang esti corazón no naya no pareho kakimoto ho tatigini na lahu
Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be right here, right here, right here. Whatever it takes, or how my heart breaks, I will be right here, right here, right here.
Rosinya uli di sombranza tanmak e zuita saluda antes di niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo el memu a nogi distancia como kupugi palu Zangiman malak guafi Ikonum nasugi airi Prebatu la noci Nai banderata gaigi Pues atan fanni bandera Kau Esta pagua pumalalapa Gilo tanu man libri Sentamiti man ko badi
Chamoru Puritanoza Kantai Matsuno Nyagi Toru Iluga Paraiona Parai Gloria Abiba Isla Senpai Paraiona Parai
Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Morning, Jason Solis.
Good morning.
Wow, it's guys, it's Biloxi the Maxi. It's raining. There's lightning and thunder, and the traffic lights from Chalampago through Manila were out when I was driving through.
Yeah, we're already seeing reports in the comments. Somebody saying, "What's up with the power outage in Ordit?" Here in Harmon, Joser said we've had 2 power spikes. I mean, our generators kicked in, but we're gonna find out what's up with Ordit.
Right. And of course, doesn't sit well that we're having these power outages during a less than banana weather occurrence, and they're raising the power up. What is it, 55%?
It started already yesterday.
Jesus H.
$23, right, on average?
Yeah, it's going to be like 20 something dollars for the next X amount of months.
It's a 4-phase system, right? Or is it
3-phase.
3-phase over 4 months.
Right,
That's
yeah.
right. Yeah.
They're gonna give it to us slow. Let's spread it out.
I mean, at the end, it's going to be a total of $60, I believe. Roughly a little more.
A
little more.
55% increase, right?
It's just celiac, though.
Yeah.
So it's not like. It's just celiac.
Yeah. Oh, it's just only $60. You know, everybody's balling out there because they got the Rise Act.
Oh. Yeah, the Rise Act.
Hey, clock at 2 minutes in. Rise Act mentioned. I
Yeah, let's not go there.
had a hard time explaining that to people. They were like, "Hey, what's up with all that donkey noise you guys are making?" Oh, you had to be there. Good morning. It's Monday. It's the 2nd day of August, 2021.
It is dark outside,
Yeah.
you guys.
There's lightning, a lot of lightning, thunder.
Oh, I didn't hear lightning up in Jigo, but
Yeah, I didn't hear.
I've basically been up.
I
since
didn't
like,
hear it either. Did you hear any lightning, Bree?
No.
I've been up since 1 a.m. because it was raining so hard.
Joe, did you hear any lightning?
No lightning.
Okay.
But you can expect this
saw some
kind of weather
thunder.
to continue. It's 80% chance of precipitation.
Precipitation.
Yep. Scattered showers, occasional showers, possibly thunderstorms today.
And I know what you guys are gonna say in the comments. No, there's no typhoon.
Yeah.
You guys always, is there a typhoon coming? Hey, when we live on a tropical island, breaking news, everybody, it rains every now and then.
Especially during rainy season.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Let's not make it the end of the world, you know?
All right. Well, good morning,
Thank
Grouchy.
Yeah. I just
Ah,
see
you
some-
kids, and you're freaking out on the weather. Ah.
Hey, isn't today the first day of school for Father Dueñas?
It is.
yeah.
Oh,
Hey,
wow.
good morning, Friars. Good luck.
Fortes and Fide.
Yep, Fortsenfied.
That
What is
place
it- what
is
is-
always like
First.
packed. No, I mean
Yeah.
there's always a lot of activity.
No, FD's
Right.
always the first one to start and first one to finish.
Right,
And
yep.
first to graduate.
First in, first out. It's 6:20. This is the link, by the way. Good morning to our viewers on Facebook Live. Thank you guys so much for joining us here. Got a ton of people on our Facebook Live feed, Jay.
Yes.
We do.
Yeah, that was a throw.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I got like 4
Elizabeth
devices.
Agagi, Eva Beach, Hawaii, always checking in. Thank you for the support, Elizabeth. Emma Olalia, good morning and have a great day. Be safe. Rosemary Laguatnia, good morning, team. Good morning, Mama Bear, Debbie Davis. Who else we got in there, Jay?
I don't know. I haven't
A lot
got the
of people.
device.
All right, okay, sorry. Chamarita Regis, good morning. Therese Elizabeth Oganapati, good morning. Marilyn St. Augustine, what's with the power outage in Ordot?
That's the one.
Happy month of August. Guam, Doreen Pareda, Chris Cave, good morning. Marilyn St. Augustine, LEAC Adjustments, OMG. Doreen Pareda, you don't hear lightning, only thunder. Yes, that was the joke. Thank you, Doreen, for paying attention. Must be drinking her coffee this morning. Rosemary Laguatnia, the governor and administration has constantly stated they're waiting for final guidelines and comments so as not to make any mistakes using ARPA funds. So the question now has always been, what mistakes were made with CARES Act funds? Well, good morning to you too, Rosemary.
Right out of the gate.
Kivani Munya, lightning early this morning in Molesto. Yep.
Ooh. I got something that'll bring the sunshine to people.
What can we just talk about who's coming on the show just real
Sure.
quick? So we're talking about the weather. We're getting Brandon Idelette of the National Weather Service.
Yep.
Every Monday we do work week weather. We're also getting Father Paul Goffigan. Status of masses now that there's people, when I was going around, people were kind of confused because like we were talking about Friday, PCOR 4, people thought it's PCOR 4, but it's not. And so I don't know if they really understood that, that everything's wide open. There's no more limits.
How was
But we're still in peak 3.
But we're
How
still in
was
PCOR
Momon
3.
Parish,
Yes,
Joseph?
and that's what I think people were kind of like, huh?
A lot of people.
Joseph said a lot of people when he worked at Mass yesterday.
Right. Yeah, I went to Mass in Jotnia yesterday, and it was, but it's always kind of the same. But the thing that was different was I sat in a pew between two other people, which is normally the pews or every other pew is like roped
Oh,
off.
yeah.
Dr. Holt Wen, the Physician Advisory Group chair. Guys, there's a very concerning spike of COVID, obviously, with kids who can't get vaccinated because we haven't dropped down the vaccination criteria yet. So Dr. Hoa Wen of the Physicians Advisory Group, he's the chairman, by the way. He got a hold of me over the weekend. He said, Chris, the PAG, we're really concerned about this because school is starting, and we just want parents to remain vigilant. So I said, hey, let's get you on and get this out to the public. So that's going to happen at in the 7 o'clock hour. Also, Mayor Jesse Allig, the Mayor's Council of Guam president. Senator Clint Rigel coming on about this LEAC increase and this whole Marble Cave fiasco that, of course, involves the Guam Power Authority contractor and subcontractor. Senator Rigel is the oversight of GPA. Also getting Senator Sabina Parrish. She's got a bill, Bree?
Yeah, her and Speaker Therese Terlahi, they're joining forces. They've introduced 2 bills, kind of companion bills, to address the cap. As many of you know, the story that we've been covering regarding the solar farm, Guam EPA conducted their investigation. They did the notice of violation. And so it's supposed to be $10,000 a day, per violation, which equated to $18 million for a period of, I believe it's spanning 368 days.
Wow.
But the law only allows a max limit of $125,000. So the bills that they've introduced will address that.
Right on. Quick acting legislation. Of course, Senator Perez is the environment oversight.
At least that's what I understand it to
Right.
be.
Well, she's coming on, and if that's not what it is, I'm pretty sure we'll find out at 8:45. Jay Perez coming on, Gregorio D. Perez fishing tournament, the marlin catching legend, right, Jay?
Yeah, I think what was it, world record at the time? The
Yeah.
marlin was like almost 1,200 pounds.
Yeah, and this is the first annual. Thank God you know about that. I was going to reach 1,200. That's huge.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay,
There
now-
was
now
a fishing derby
Yeah.
To put it into perspective, right? When I was a kid,
on what?
we went. My
Yeah, this
family.
is the first one, but he's legendary because he set the world record
Yeah.
at the time, right?
Yeah, my family, we took a vacation this one summer, and we went to Universal Studios
Right.
in Universal City in California. I stood next to the concrete recreation of the shark from Jaws, like
Right.
they hung upside down like
Yeah.
that thing. That thing is massive, and little kids, they go and they stand underneath the mouth and like,
Right.
oh look, the shark. That
How-
marlin.
Wait, how do they kids sound?
Yeah, look at the shark. The kids went through puberty at an early age back then. But that fake shark was supposed to be intentionally enormous. That thing pales in comparison. I mean, you're gonna see it when we show you when Mr. Perez comes on and everything. This marlin is insane. It is huge. He stands next to it when it's on the hook, and it
Right.
dwarfs him.
Where was it? It used to be up at the airport, I want to say. Remember they used to have it on display?
Oh, hung right on the overhang, or
Right?
Yeah, the old airport.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And most people will be like, "Wow, that's a big." Okay, do you say marlin or do you say sailfish?
I say marlin.
The marlin.
Mutlin.
Or
Mutlin.
swordfish.
Mutlin.
Have you ever tried Kelligwin swordfish?
Yeah.
Kelligwin swordfish is good.
Good, man. I know you like that. You're always talking about it.
Yeah.
Um,
My friend's dad used to make it.
also, and then we're getting Jay. We're getting the Medical City on.
Yeah, so we are going to talk about what the Medical City, the wonderful medical facility in the Philippines, is doing, how they are doing, and what services they have available to us as Guamanians if you need them, and how they can help you out. There's a lot of people who have to go off island for treatment, so they're going to come on, they're going to share some information, and hopefully give you guys an option if you or a loved one is in need of medical treatment.
All that and a whole lot more, like Culture Club with Roman Duenas. He's our week's featured profile. He is a carver. That's it. That's all. The Sean Gumatato podcast where he interviews the 6th governor of Guam, former Governor Felix Camacho. Also, we'll talk a little bit about this missing man rescued from a storm drain in Laddie Heights. Thank God they rescued him before all this rain,
Yeah.
right? That story was just like, we were talking about that at dinner last night.
It fell into our lap on what was that, Thursday? And Thursday was a really chaotic day because of we had the Marble Cave situation, and then we had 2 or 3 stories we were following, and then we found out that this happened. So Ken St. Nicholas, who was up at UOG to cover or to do the live stream for the herd immunity announcement, went on the way back past by Laddie Heights and then got that. So
yeah. Can you imagine though if you were walking down the sidewalk and some guy's like, "Hey, oh my God!"
And it was weird because on Facebook, our Facebook fans were basically saying, and they were just, so effusive in their praise of the 2 gentlemen who saved him, and they're like, "Hey guys, great job, blessings to you," and everything. On Instagram, people were posting all these animated gifs about, Pennywise the clown from It, and they were making all sorts of, snarky stuff. So. But I mean, the guy is okay, and that's the most important.
He is. Yep. It's 6:27. Yes, Jay, a little bit on the Olympics. What a great weekend for Olympic action.
Oh, man. Caleb Dressel, now already a living legend. 5 gold medals. He is undefeated. And considering when he came into these Olympics, he actually was not favored in any of the events that he would be competing in, but he has gone 5-0. So U.S. now leading or starting to pull away with the overall medal count, although China has the most golds. So U.S. team looking pretty good. So you know what? Let's bring some sunshine to some people and give you guys a Breeze 93.9 FM bag. There it is. I could have used that this weekend. I went to like a couple places, a couple gas stations and everything like that, and there's a lot of companies now that don't do bags anymore.
Right.
So I had to carry out 3 iced teas and like 4 vitamin waters. Like I was cradling them, and I really could have used that. So
and sometimes they do bags, but they don't have like the biodegradable ones.
Yeah.
Like I went to Ross the other day. Imagine going to Ross and they're like, we don't have a bag. And you're like, okay. Okay.
Or they'll give you like the cardboard, like from the case of drinks. So I was carrying out like a bag of Doritos and Okay, so if you would like to win this bag, here is today's daily Olympic trivia. Ready, Joe, sir? All right. What I need you to tell me, give us a call, 637-0094. I'll take the first correct caller. What university, you guys, has produced the most Olympians for Team USA all time? This is a little bit tricky.
Yeah.
If you have to Google this, pay attention because I need the university that has produced the most U.S. Olympians all time. Bree, do you know?
What?
Your alma mater has produced like a lot of Olympians.
What are you talking about?
What university has produced the most? Thank you, by the way. Has produced the most Olympians all time
In what sport?
for Team
General
USA.
total. Don't say it out loud.
Your home state is like Oklahoma's produced
Yes,
like a lot of Olympians.
I know, but
Jim Thorpe.
Smith,
Who?
Shannon.
Yeah, Shannon.
Smith, wrestler. We have
Yeah.
a gym named after him.
Yeah, so let me know. 637-0094. What university has produced the most Olympians? Think about like big schools. They have a lot of different
University of
sports.
Guam.
Close? Kind of.
Okay. We'll take the first correct caller, 637-0094. Again, what university has produced the most Team USA Olympians of all time?
I was sharing this with a couple friends, and if you do Google, like I said, there's a pro tip. Make sure that you pay attention. And don't just like Google it and call us and everything. Make sure it says which one has produced the most Olympians. And we got this bag ready for you. This one's a little tricky, so you might have to put your thinking caps on for this one.
It's a Breeze bag. My mom asked me this weekend, she goes, boy, you know how the radio station's Breeze? And I said, yeah. She goes, that's named after Sabrina? I said, yeah, Mom, that's how much we love her. It's named after her. So you get you a nice Breeze 93.9, feel the music, reusable shopping bag.
Can you actually sling this and show people like how big it is?
Yeah,
I mean,
do
it's,
it. Go
It's
ahead.
a proper
Yeah,
tote
sling
bag.
it, Jane.
Oh,
Come
okay.
on. People love to see you sling it.
Yeah. All right, so.
Look at that. Wow.
Look at that.
Wow, Jay. Hard to get that bag up around those guns, though, huh?
No, I was saying like, soccer mom cred is like right there. Look at that. That is voluminous. You can hold a lot of stuff in this.
Let's go ahead and go to the phones here and look
All
for
right.
a winner. We're looking for the first correct caller. Good morning. Who's this?
It's Caesar.
Caesar, good morning. How's your wet Monday going?
It's really wet. I'm down south. Calling for a GRTA. But let me take a guess at that university. Is it Vanderbilt?
University of Vanderbilt?
Vanderbilt. That's a really, really good guess in Tennessee. Caesar, I'm sorry, that is incorrect though.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
That's a really good guess.
Okay,
There's been a lot of good baseball players that came out of Vanderbilt, even softball players and the women's side, but unfortunately incorrect. They've got a lot, but not the most.
Caesar, what village are you in?
Have a good day, guys.
Oh, okay.
How are the roads?
It's wet.
Is there any flooding?
I'm down here in Telefopo. It's not that much flooding, but the roads are very wet.
We'll drive
right,
safely.
all right. Be safe, Caesar. Thank you, my friend.
Thanks, Caesar. That's a really good guess.
It is.
Yeah.
Let's go here. Line 2. Good morning. This is the link. Who's this?
Christine.
Christine. Good morning, Christine. How are you
morning.
on this Monday?
Morning.
Okay, heading into work.
How's the traffic where you're at?
Not so bad. We're in Georgia.
Where you at?
Georgia?
Oh.
Mm.
Let us know if there's any Pago Bay flooding.
Oh, okay. You know what?
So our question, what university has produced the most Olympians of all time?
Is it Stanford?
Stanford.
Stanford is 100%
There you
correct.
go.
Good job.
Right.
Christine, yeah, this is Jason. Did you know that or did you have to look it up?
Actually, my husband Googling.
Nice.
Googled it.
Her husband does all her Googling
Okay,
for her.
now, yeah, Christine, this is why I said it's
Dave,
tricky.
Google that right now.
Because if you phrase your Google search like a little bit wrong, a lot of times you'll get USC because USC, another Pac-12 school, actually has the most medalists all time, but Stanford has actually put more people. You know, they've got volleyball players, swimmers, obviously Katie Ledecky, who now is just dominating the Olympics. She's from Stanford. We've got some baseball players in there. Throughout history, Stanford has had the most. So good job, Christine.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Right on. Christine, what's your last name?
Taurus.
All right, so come on by our station. We have a Breeze reusable shopping bag for you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You can also
All right,
use it for
drive
yeah, you can
carefully.
use it for like a cover from the rain too.
You could,
Hello,
yeah.
hold on.
But the question is, did Bree know that?
Bree, did you know that?
No, I didn't. I figured it though it would be a West Coast school.
Ah.
Oh.
Y'all have a good morning.
You
All
too,
right,
you too,
take
my
care.
friend. Take it easy.
Goodbye.
Bye.
There you go.
Nice people. All right, good job.
Good job.
Stanford.
Smartest
Also,
person.
Yeah, I figured because at OU we don't like focus on like volleyball and things like that. It's more like gymnastics.
Right. Wrestling.
Yeah, wrestling.
and also Stanford now the alma mater of our own Tomas Manglonia.
There you go.
yeah.
Right on.
Yeah.
Guys, it's Monday. Hi.
We got a Stanford kid working at KUAM.
This is the link. It's proudly brought to you by Pacific Points, IT&E, Cabo Enterprises, and Jack in the Box. We had a guest on Facebook, UCLA, Elizabeth Agagi.
That's a really good guess.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people say UCLA.
Want it checks in. Hafaday from Florida. We did have this comment from Rosemary LaGuardia. The governor and admin has constantly stated they're waiting for final guidelines. So the question has been, what mistakes were made with the CARES Act funds? Comment from Jovi. We should have our son-in-law work on it. It might get to us faster. Oh, man, you guys are got a case of the
Boom.
Mondays this morning.
Yeehaw!
Let's go ahead and get into the news now on
We have
this.
some very informed
Yeah, I love it.
listeners and viewers.
Keep being informed, guys. We'll do our best to keep it up, too. Here, brought to you by Pacific Points. It's our first look at news for the show with the very latest from the KUAM news team. Sabrina Salas, Matanani, good morning.
Off it, everybody. The contractor for the solar farm in Mangilao may be facing fines from Guam EPA, but it also could potentially look at enforcement action from the feds. Here's more on the environmental mess in the Marbo Cave area.
From above, it looks breathtaking, almost like a lake. But looks can be deceiving because on the ground, it's an environmental mess.
I couldn't believe what I'm seeing.
Farron Tyron wanted to see the damage for himself. A freediving teacher by profession, he decided to take the plunge.
Marbo Cave now has a layer of nastiness floating on the surface, as well as several inches deep of muck in the bottom. And I really hope that the freshwater fish, eel, and shrimp in there are gonna be okay. I don't know. Hopefully they can escape to the ocean or go somewhere else.
That line is filled up to here with mud and nastiness.
Tyron last visited Marbo Cave a month ago, and this is what it looked like then.
You can see it's nice and clear. No mud staining the walls, no mud staining underneath. It's mostly just this nice white limestone like you'd expect in there.
What once was crystal clear, this popular and historic attraction site left a muddied mess.
It's just really, really sad.
Some would even say mad, like private property owners who live and have land near the solar farm. Access roads to their property damaged from the stormwater runoff from the solar farm, which was cited by Guam EPA for failing to follow through with its approved erosion and sediment control plan. As reported, the company could have been fined up to $18 million, but Guam law only allows a maximum penalty of $125,000. The solar farm project is part of a $200 million deal with the Guam Power Authority's contractor, the Korea Electric Power Company, or KEPCO. Consolidated Commission on Utilities member Simon Sanchez says they are very concerned. He adds the contractor must address the stormwater runoff and restore the site. Quote, they can't pass on fines to ratepayers since their prices to us are locked in via their bid. It's all on them to restore, prevent, and pay the costs, and we expect them to do so or face more Guam EPA enforcement actions and fines. Also commenting, GPA General Manager John Beneventi, who says they are in communication with KEPCO and expects the contractor to comply with all environmental and regulatory requirements according to its contract. KUAM, in the meantime, has learned that the solar farm contractor could possibly face enforcement action from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency for potential violations of the Clean Water Act. For now, Guam EPA is encouraging island residents to stay away from the Marbo Cave area because it is unsafe.
Governor Josh Tenorio issued a statement saying he is troubled and appalled to see the current state of Marbo Cave. He adds that although a citation was issued, it's critical the entities responsible are held accountable for their, quote, reckless and negligent actions, and we must remain vigilant in our efforts to protect and preserve these invaluable water resources for the use of our people and future generations. A pair of bills in the meantime have been introduced by Speaker Therese Terlahi and Senator Sabina Perez. Bill 165 aims to enhance Guam EPA's enforcement by removing the caps on fines for civil penalties for Guam soil erosion and sediment violations. Senator Perez's Bill 166 seeks additional funding in order to expand the enforcement capacity of Guam EPA. In the past decades, the regulatory demands of Guam EPA to enforce laws that ensure the protection of the health of our environment and people have increased significantly due to expansion of environmental laws, increased permitting applications for construction projects, and increased incidences of violations such as illegal dumping. Senators, in the meantime, head into session at 10 o'clock in the morning, according to immediate release of the agenda from the Rules Committee. Potential bills to be placed on the agenda include the two bills relating to making changes to the RISE Act. After serving as the superintendent of Catholic education for 2 years, Dr. Juan Flores has confirmed with us that he is leaving the Catholic school system. Flores stated that he is resigning for personal reasons. According to Archdiocese spokesperson Tony Diaz, Flores' resignation will be going into effect in the middle of this week. Dr. Flores was hired as the superintendent of Catholic education in July of 2019. News archives state that he was also the superintendent for GDOE from 2003 to 2006. It's been a little over a week since Zhao Wei Quinn and Yun Lu Red were reported missing at sea, but on Saturday, the pair was found alive. The U.S. Coast Guard Sector Guam posting on their Facebook page, Coast Guard Sector Guam watchstanders were made aware that the two mariners, Zhao Wei Quinn and Yun Lu Red, were recovered 65 miles northwest of Rota by the merchant vessel Mito earlier on Saturday. There are no other updates at this time. We are currently gathering more information about the situation. Again, that was posted on the U.S. Coast Guard Sector Guam's Facebook page over the weekend. As reported, the two mariners departed Saipan on the morning of July 18th on a 12-foot inflatable Kodiak skiff and were expected to arrive on Guam later that evening. With more news now, here is Tyler Matsanani.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Buenos and half a day, everyone. I'm Tyler Matsanani with your headlines here on The Link. Power rates are set to go up starting today for the average residential customer. But to ease the impact to ratepayers, it will be phased in over the next 4 months. The Public Utilities Commission Thursday night approved GPA's request to increase the fuel surcharge known as the LEAC.
Because of the pandemic's financial impact on families, GPA has held off on fully recovering its fuel costs for the past year. But with rising oil prices, it can do so no longer. PUC Administrative Law Judge Attorney Fred Harecki.
The under-recovery for GPA had grown over the last 6 months from about 13 million up to 32 million. But the PUC decided, because of current economic conditions and the situation of ratepayers, that a phased-in approach would be appropriate.
Starting August 1st, the LEAC will increase from 11 cents to 13 cents per kilowatt hour. In October, it will go to 15 cents, and in December to 17. That even factors in some $15 million from American Rescue Plan funds that the governor has pledged to help keep down rates.
Even with that $15 million at the end of the period, there would be a $7 million under recovery. So that means that for the next LEAC period starting February 1, 2022, that under recovery would have to be recovered. The commissioners appeared to be confident that the governor's promised that amount and that she will come through.
GPA's fuel surcharge is evaluated every 6 months, but Jarecki says in some cases it can be revisited sooner.
When the under recovery either increases or decreases by $2 million, GPA can come back to the PUC for a reassessment.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
GPA provided a further breakdown of the rate impact for the average residential bill. For August, it will be $23.29, and for October and December, it will go up $20. The Navy's highest-ranking officer, Chief of Naval Operations Admiral Michael Gilday, was on Guam and held a briefing with local media Friday. Admiral Gilday spoke on the importance of Marine Corps Base Camp Blas, which is expected to become fully operational in a few years. It is the first new Marine base to be built in 70 years.
As we expand our footprint, that we're doing that in a way that's completely respectful of cultural concerns and environmental concerns, then we're destined to fail. And so these projects have to be a win-win for the people of Guam and for the Department of Defense. And I think that we, in good faith, we've shown we can do that. My wife Linda, who is here with me on this visit, was up by Camp Blas yesterday in that construction. And one of the things that she talked to me about afterwards was the fact that we are growing the indigenous plants of the island of Guam so that we can transplant them. So in other words, for a tree that is cut down, we're committed to planting a tree. And so we want to do that in a way that respects those concerns. Likewise, when we come across archaeological items of interest as we work up at Camp Blas or the soon-to-be Camp Blas, that we actually have altered construction plans to respect, for example, some grave sites that we have come across.
Our Nestor Lecanto will have more on his briefing in prime time. The arraignment hearing has been pushed back for drug defendant Andrew Manabusin. Additionally, according to court filings, attorney Joseph Rosano was appointed to represent him following a motion to withdraw from attorney Jeff Moots. Last month, Manabusin was busted in California, where he allegedly mailed a package containing more than 3,600 gross grams of meth to the territory. Former DOC officer and former police officer Jose Ananich was busted for receiving it. Their cases have been sealed. Manabusin is now scheduled to appear in the District Court of Guam on August 5th. As a way to continue revitalizing the island's #1 industry, beginning last Friday until August 30, the Guam Visitors Bureau will be providing free trolley service for residents and tourists in the Tumon area. Quote, "We want to instill confidence for businesses to reopen as we begin to welcome back visitors and overcome this pandemic," said GVB President and CEO Carl T.C. Gutierrez. He adds that partnering with Lam Lam Tours to provide this transportation free of charge will provide an opportunity for locals, military, and visitors to get around the island and support our local business community. The Guahan trolley service is daily beginning at 9:30 a.m. and ending at 7 p.m. For the complete schedule, you can log on to KUAM.com. And with regional headlines, here's KSPN2 News.
Half a day, Zantino, Guam. Here's what's making headlines in the CNMI. Officials from the Northern Marianas College met with Governor Ralph Torres and Lieutenant Governor Arnold Palacios to discuss ongoing projects, such as the plan to transform the campus into a college town. NMC President Dr. Galvin Delon Guerrero states the aftermath of Super Typhoon Yutu gave them an opportunity to rebuild from the ground up.
Frankie and his team has done a great job of making sure that as we rebuild, it's very, very intentional, and that we are rebuilding a layout of a campus that will not only make sense for the future of the college, but will also revitalize, reinvigorate the economies of the Astrolahi and Dandan area. The idea is to build a college town, and then to also do the same on Tinian and Lute.
Dr. G states they are about 95% complete with their facilities master plans, which will be used as a guide for all future constructions.
As soon as that's done, we then move into the actual kind of A&E design and construction phase. Because we want to be sure that whatever we build is following that plan and not just haphazard. We want to be sure that, that we're really thinking of the future needs of the Commonwealth as well as the future needs of the college.
The administration is in support and says they will make sure the new facility is expedited for the students.
We have our permitting team, IRP, which is the new office or program, the Infrastructure Recovery Program. We're going to dedicate a team for NMC to expedite their process.
Dr. G acknowledged the governor and lieutenant governor for their support and also recognized former interim president Frankie Elliptical.
I'm very happy to be joining him and the team as with everything that they built at the college. They've sailed that proa through some of the most turbulent waters, whether it be typhoons, austerity measures, a pandemic. They kept it afloat, they kept it sailing ahead, and now we're just really excited to be building upon that success towards a brighter future, whether it's new facilities, new programs, higher enrollment, and just meeting the workforce needs and the overall needs of the CNMI. And we look forward to that continuing partnership with the administration.
For more news, please visit saipantv.com. For KSPN2, I'm Sally Limas.
That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
And this just in, the Guam Homeland Security Office of Civil Defense reports that the National Weather Service has issued a thunderstorm advisory in effect for the Guam International Airport until 7:30 this morning. Thunderstorms are possible or occurring within 20 nautical miles of the airport. Be alert and take precautions as required. If lightning is seen or thunder is heard, remain indoors. It's hard to miss the sounds of sights of more military aircraft cruising through Guam skies lately as major exercises continue in the region. On Sunday morning, General Charles Flynn, commander of the U.S. Army Pacific, and Lieutenant General John Thomas, deputy commander of Pacific Air Forces, spoke with Island Media on the purpose of those exercises and what they say Guam's strategic importance is as a joint power projection platform for the Indo-Pacific region. Defender Pacific, Pacific Iron, and Exercise Forger 21 have been operating throughout the region, stretching up into Palau, while other exercises also have taken place in Japan and Australia. Flynn said the exercises demonstrate the strength of the alliances and partnerships the military has in the region. While they aim to keep a prosperous and peaceful region, he says we must prepare for multiple threats.
United States Army Pacific Command, the America's Theater Army here in the region, is dedicated to preserving peace and the prosperity of people in Guam and across CNMI. We want to maintain strong relationships, and we want to build healthy communities together. We are demonstrating our commitment here to the defense of Guam, to the defense of the nation, and to the values and the principles inherent in a free and open Indo-Pacific. This is the foundation of why we conduct exercises.
If you're an ally or a part of the United States here in the Indo-Pacific, we know that you are watching. U.S. forces can and will be resilient despite attempts to counter our advantages. And if you're a potential adversary who seeks to prevent a free and open Indo-Pacific, we hope you're watching too. No one wants to fight, but if you start one, we will continue to successfully operate using agility, speed, and innovation.
With your news in Chamorro now, here is Kin Conception.
Buenas napaday sa tigasyon to bitunod sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. San magkatiundi padun senti berukan bakunairin militant mentas matsutsugid sa exercise ginigi mapagasi si Isla. Gaganda Menggo ni Rod Charles Flynn, komandante ni US Army Pacific, san ni Rod John Thomas, segundo komandante para Pacific Air Force sa makuntusi media ni Isla, puri rason niya STC na exercise. Dati like niya na sempre si suguhan na lugar gi danan niya STC para mafatay fesan podat niya para Indo-Pacific region. In Defender Pacific, Pacific Iron, sa na-exercise Forager 21, sa stagay tempo matsogi STC na exercise sa tagato gita Palau na lugar, mentras otro siya masusesari gita Hapon sa Australia. Elinga si Flynn na ano kifetsan ni dinan niya militar de Estados Unidos dan otro siya gwini na region. Elinga na mentras manakeke mas adelantos dan ni nafamuli gwini na bandantano, debiha lokwi data prepara para masyahafa na animasaw. Anota si taman na sila na dyan na batkonay siya, mana mas 40 hinanaw exercise gi Pacific Iron. Mas tali gi press conference ni Rod Jeremy Sloan, komandante ni 36 Wing Anderson Air Force Base, ang confirma na tiwaman matoy Queen Elizabeth Strike Force gin ni United Kingdom. Asangan loki na podadzi man ni nadzi COVID nagi crew, December ti tagi masusedi ni USS Theodore Roosevelt ni madadag gizagwahan. Yung mas artikulo, esta mas kiun semana disya na report na malingo gi itasi si Zhao Quinn dan si Yun Lee Red, logi Sabalu, dia tentang Hulyo, masodai dos na lalala. US Coast Guard Guam Sector, sa mapega gito niya pleg on Facebook, maanunsya na dos masoda 66 meters gihilulusan luta, ginote Marianas, ni Batkon Mito, merchant vessel. Giitafta, figuinin na diyan Sabalu. Taza masasunto pa deste na hinano. Ilig niya na makulili mas informasyon po di situasyon. Si Edward Ongerang, Lieutenant GG para Coast Guard, sa Timalago na usangan mas sa referi KUAM para District 14 gita Honolulu, ni Siyaw Mululi, Coast Guard gini gita Guahan. Nariniport KUAM, si Quinn and si Red, sa madingo sa ipang at diya si Otsugi Hulyo, gito si Pe na Butin Goma, ni mafananan Kodiak, sa David Yufatumagi Guahan, bihi na papuengi. Masasunto, matsonik tati zonya arraignment hearing para si Andrew Manibusan, lumatsaki pagkunanta di Sambineno. Gimas mapunta ya bagaw Joseph Rosano para representa si Manibusan. Anya likeness si Jeff Moods. Maresta si Manibusan gimapos na mes gisa California anya meon paketi magigwahan na sa goniri di transmit 600 grama na meth. Igin official polisiya sa ni Department of Corrections si Jose Ananich sa maresta pod guita rumisibi paketi. Masiw ikausan niya. Mas keto si Manibusan pero ano gikorte gi District Court of Guam gidya 5 Agosto. Yung mas artikulo, después 2 años anya Sedbe Catholic Education na posisyon superintendent, ako firma si Dr. Juan Flores ni KUAM News na parodingo sistema ng eskwelahan katoliko. Asangan si Flores na putpetsunat na rason na parahupara. Efektibo ito na resignation pag na semana. Maempleyaw si Flores gihudlo 2019 na sakan para superintendent ng eskwela. Ang gulo ko gifayo KUAM nagwi sa superintendent para Departamento ng Edukasyon Publiko di 2003 hasta 2006 na sakan. Para Guam News Network, Guausikin Conception. Yasuto ifinut sa moro sa presenta sa ninafato ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at a secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
The Goodman Company brought the good for KUAM and the Salvation Army's Fill the Bus campaign. Owner Dwayne St. Nicholas made a generous donation recently here in our Harmon studios.
Dwayne St. Nicholas, Jay Goodman and Company, just a proud sponsor of the link. And you know, when you jumped on board, we're just very impressed and really very humbled that you continue to support the show to this day. And even more humbled this morning as you brought a donation of over 100 boxes of biodegradable bamboo Pampers from Jay Goodman and Company. Dwayne, thank you so much for your generous donation.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
And tell us, you know, your thought process behind this donation, because I know you knew that we were doing the Fill the Bus drive.
Well, yeah, Sasha reached out to me, and you know, it's Christmas in July. I've been celebrating it all month, and I thought maybe this is a wonderful way to give back to the community who supported us so well through the very tough times.
Right, and you know, Jay Goodman and Company, The name doesn't really tell you what the company's about, so give us a little more info about exactly what it is you guys do at J. Goodman.
Well, first of all, J. Goodman is like Clark Kent, Santa Claus in disguise. So I came up with a concept. Every time I did Santa Claus, everybody said, you know, such a good man. So J. Goodman means jolly good man. And so, you know, any opportunity I have to help the community, you can count on me.
I can tell you're getting a little emotional there, right?
Yeah.
And
I've always wanted to make people happy. That's all I've ever wanted to do.
And so these Pampers, we know people are struggling out there, man.
Yes, sir.
And these are really going to help a lot of people. And not only are they going to cover, you know, the baby's butts, but it's environmentally biodegradable, man. That's right in line with sustainability and all that stuff.
Right. It ended up in our landfill, and it's just going to biodegrade.
Nice. Yeah. And a lot of people I don't know because you're real humble about it, but J. Goodman is a veteran-owned business.
Yes, sir. Veteran-owned business.
All right. And so, Dwayne, thank you so much.
I also just wanted to say he's also very humble because you've been doing good things for the community, serving as Santa for some of the fantasy flights, and we all know that the fantasy flights by United Airlines, it's for the children. And when I say children, I mean like children with special needs, children who are less fortunate. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And you know, you really are a J. Goodman, a jolly good man, Dwayne
Thank you.
Nicholas.
Thank you.
And thank you so much for your generous donation.
My pleasure. Thank you.
The KUAM Care Force presents The Greater Good every Wednesday on The Link. This special feature presents interesting and informative interviews with community leaders and organization representatives to bring awareness to our residents and encourage participation in planned activities to celebrate. The Greater Good is brought to you by your friends at J. Goodman, a happiness company, and Guam Windward Memorial. Celebrate life.
Culture Club, brought to you by Hanem.
Hafide Guahusi Roman Dueñas. I've been a carving apprentice for about 6 years. My journey with carving started in high school when I started becoming interested in what kind of things the ancient Chamorros would wear and what kind of tools they used. I started Googling, I started researching about what kind of jewelry they had, and I noticed that at the time when, walking around, I would see people wearing what we call a sanahi, and I think that got me interested in wow, what is that thing made of? Why is it always white? What do people use to carve it? What kind of tools? So that led me to Greg Pangilinan, and I've been learning from him for the past 6 years. So when I first started carving, I started carving bone because cow bone, beef bone, it was really easy for me to get. And from there, I started carving more traditional material like seashells and then fossil giant clam. But I think one of my main changes that I've experienced over the course of 6 years is that I've learned to just be really patient with my craft and even use small pieces of fossil giant clam or spondylus to make something. When I first started, I wanted to make really big pieces, but now I see how just being really patient and being really delicate can be really rewarding. It's been really humbling over the past couple years because I noticed that I'm seeing now a lot of younger carvers, and sometimes they'll reach out to me and ask me questions like, what kind of bit do you use to carve this material, or what do you call this symbol or this design in Chamorro? And it is so rewarding to know that there are, there's a whole other generation that is continuing the same craft as me. And just as I look to my Sina, Greg Pangilinan, I feel like in some small way I'm also helping this younger generation. The 3 most important traits for anybody getting into carving is the first one is never be afraid of making mistakes, because you might have an idea of the perfect piece that you want to make, but let's be real, it's rarely ever going to turn out the way you want it to, especially when you're starting off. So you're going to need to make some adjustments, and if you're afraid of making mistakes, the piece that you want will never be completed. So you just have to kind of roll with whatever life gives you. And the second tip I would give is when you start a project, finish the project. So just carry through no matter what path that will take. And the third one is just be patient. even if you don't have the skill yet, that skill will come with practice. I definitely think that the material aspect of Chamorro culture is thriving, but I also want to emphasize the importance of learning the language and also protecting our culture and the environment. So it's always nice to see someone in cultural jewelry and appreciate it, but at the same time we have to understand that there are things that are equally as important. Like, for example, the environment. If a beach is polluted or if there's if it's very crowded, you're not gonna find a lot of shells, you're not gonna find a lot of life there. So it's also important to know that carving is intrinsically tied to the environment. My name is Roman Joseph Ibabao Duenas, and I'm a member of the KUAM Culture Club.
We're on a mission to fill the bus with necessary school supplies and food for our island's children in need. The KUAM Care Force and Salvation Army, along with our partners GTA, Twinkles, Anderson Air Force Base, and Kloppenburg Enterprises, are collecting necessary items including school supplies and food items to help send our community's youngest and most vulnerable members back to school. New backpacks, notebooks, pencils, pens, crayons, and other donations are welcome, as well as food pantry items. Please do your part and give every child a chance to learn, grow, be nourished, and have a wonderful return to school. You may drop off your supplies to our Harmon Studios weekdays between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. up until Friday, August 6th, or come down to our finale between 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday, August 7th, where we'll be attempting to fill the bus with all your donations. Rise up to the challenge, embrace radical generosity, and help us fill the bus for Salvation Army and kids in need. See the complete list of items being accepted on KUAM.com.
Guam Homeland Security Civil Defense again. Earlier we told you about that thunderstorm advisory that's in effect till 7:30 this morning. Well, they just sent out another release, Jenna Gamindi, Blas, that there was an earthquake with a preliminary magnitude of 4.5, striking about 267 kilometers west-southwest of Maritzo. No tsunami threat to Guam from the earthquake. No reports of any sort of damage or injuries. But again, there was an earthquake at 4.5 on the Richter scale this morning.
Wow. Good morning, Jenna.
Good morning.
Working hard over there. Yeah, and obviously thunder, lightning. There was a flash flood advisory that was issued also over the weekend.
Yes.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So please be careful out there, guys. You know the drill. Usually the flooding will happen in the low-lying areas. Those are areas where no politicians live. Like Polaris Point, Pago Bay, Malessa. Probably going to be a little bit of flooding as well. Good morning. Well, it's Monday, and I can't think of a better way to start the week. Empanada Monday. Joe, sir, can we get the empanada cam in here? So we've been hearing about this legendary empanada. I believe the lady stays in Santa Rita. Janet, that's all I know is I put out something on my IG like, hey, who has the best empanada? Because I love empanada. And a lot of people were like, Janet. I don't know where. They're just put Janet. So PD Mayor Jesse Allig, thank you so much, Mayor. Well, we're going to have a good interview with him
good.
This morning. This is the Janet's Empanada, I believe, from Santa Rita. But, hey, some people say this is the best. If you feel like you've got the best empanada or you know where the best empanada
Janet's
is.
and Nicholas.
Janet's
There
and
you
Nicholas.
go.
Thank you. If you know where the best empanada is, hey, we're willing to be the judges. Okay? You know where we're in Harmon. Swing by anytime you want to drop in. Not today. We're good for today. I think we're good for the week, actually.
I want to try one.
Look at it. Go ahead, Bree. Come on, Bree. Try it out.
Okay, let's try one. Let's try out that crunch.
Crunch. Let's hear that crunch. Ooh.
Whoa. Did you get the filling yet?
Not yet.
Wow.
Can y'all hear that?
Yes, aged Miss Sar.
Okay, so I'm going to go in for the filling.
You got that filling there? Look at that filling, sir. Wow. Crust, obviously very crispy. That's a must. You got to have a crispy crust.
This is good stuff.
What's the filling like, Brie?
It's
I got the feeling. Baby, baby, I got the feeling.
That's. Well, Jay, are you actually
I
gonna
like
have
it.
one?
It's not that spicy.
It's not.
Well, I can feel the heat a little bit. In my throat
Black
now.
pepper or don't eat?
It's too good to review. That's high praise right there.
I can't tell if it's Johnny, but it's good.
There you go. That is some serious crunch.
That is.
Do you prefer your empanada really, really crunchy or
Yes.
like soft?
Like I said, it's a give. You have to have it. There are some empanadas where it'll be crunchy on the edges, and then the crust is actually soft. But I think if you fry something, it's got to be crispy. Wow. This is going to be the rest of our show. How many do you think you could eat in a row, Brie?
Probably one.
One? Wow. You'll probably eat like 10, and I think I'm good for the day.
Well, if you change your mind, there's certainly many more.
10? Oh my
Right,
goodness.
yeah. I love empanada. As you can tell. Body by empanada. It's 7:09. Good morning. This is The Link. By the way, Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITD, and Jack in the Box. Proud to present this episode of the show. Coming up, we're doing a little Culture Club and Cover Me, which is brought to you by Burger King and Docomo Pacific. Let's go and hit you now with this week's episode of Culture Club. This is a great one where we're covering a weaver, young man, Roman Duenas, and a great series here on the stations of KUAM. It is Culture Club, and it's brought to you by Honum. Good morning.
Culture Club, brought to you by Honum. Culture Club, brought to you by Honum.
Hafide Guahusi Roman Duenas. I've been a carving apprentice for about 6 years. My journey with carving started in high school when I started becoming interested in what kind of things the ancient Chamorros would wear and what kind of tools they used. I started Googling, I started researching about what kind of jewelry they had, and I noticed that at the time when, walking around, I would see people wearing what we call a sanahi, and I think that got me interested in wow, what is that thing made of? Why is it always white? What do people use to carve it? What kind of tools? So that led me to Greg Pangilinan, and I've been learning from him for the past 6 years. So when I first started carving, I started carving bone because cow bone, beef bone, it was really easy for me to get. And from there, I started carving more traditional material like seashells and then fossil giant clam. But I think one of my main changes that I've experienced over the course of 6 years is that I've learned to just be really patient with my craft and even use small pieces of fossil giant clam or spondylus to make something. When I first started, I wanted to make really big pieces, but now I see how just being really patient and being really delicate can be really rewarding. It's been really humbling over the past couple years because I noticed that I'm seeing now a lot of younger carvers, and sometimes they'll reach out to me and ask me questions like, what kind of bit do you use to carve this material, or what do you call this symbol or this design in Chamorro? And it is so rewarding to know that there are, there's a whole other generation that is continuing the same craft as me. And just as I look to my Sina, Greg Pangilinan, I feel like in some small way I'm also helping this younger generation. The three most important traits for anybody getting into carving is the first one is never be afraid of making mistakes, because you might have an idea of the perfect piece that you want to make, but let's be real, it's rarely ever going to turn out the way you want it to, especially when you're starting off. So you're going to need to make some adjustments, and if you're afraid of making mistakes, the piece that you want will never be completed. So you just have to kind of roll with whatever life gives you. And the second tip I would give is when you start a project, finish the project. So just carry through, no matter what path that will take. And the third one is just be patient. Even if you don't have the skill yet, that skill will come with practice. I definitely think that the material aspect of Chamorro culture is thriving, but I also want to emphasize the importance of learning the language and also protecting our culture and the environment. So it's always nice to see someone in cultural jewelry and appreciate it, but at the same time we have to understand that there are things that are equally as important. Like, for example, the environment. If a beach is polluted or if there's if it's very crowded, you're not going to find a lot of shells, you're not going to find a lot of life there. So it's also important to know that carving is intrinsically tied to the environment. My name is Roman Joseph Ibabao Duenas, and I'm a member of the KUAM Culture Club.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
Catching your favorite events during the Tokyo 2020 Summer Games has never been easier. In addition to the KUAM TV8 broadcast presentations of the July 23rd opening ceremony, the competitions you look most forward to, and the poignant closing ceremony, you can stream the specific events you want to watch through NBCOlympics.com and the NBC Sports app. Visit KUAM's website and click on any of the Tokyo 2020 banner ads and you will be whisked away to all the action. If streaming sports in the Summer Games is on your personal viewing schedule, then look no further than KUAM.com for links to watch the Tokyo 2020 Summer Games. KUAM Digital presents a series highlighting the wide array of talents on our island. Whether they're a standout gamer, extreme athlete, performer, or have a unique skill to show off, we're showcasing them every month on Wow Factor. Brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do. Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G. Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
Make sure you're connected. The writing's on the wall. 'Cause if your mind's neglected, stumble you might fall.
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Good morning, everybody. Monday morning here. It is dark and wet outside. We're still getting spotty reports about maybe some power issues, and we're following up with the Guam Power Authority on that. But we have right now in the KUAM News Zoom room the chairman of the Physicians Advisory Group, our good friend Dr. Hoa Nguyen. He is joining Chris and Bree with an update on what's going on with vaccinations. Good morning, everybody, and good morning, Doc.
Good morning, guys. Good morning. It's
Good morning.
a lot of rain this morning, but it's still nice.
Well, it's good to be alive, first of all. Doc, I know that you would reach out to me over the weekend because of there was a national story here. Baton Rouge Children's Hospital, this is out of Louisiana, reaches capacity braces for surge in COVID cases ahead of school year.
And this is actually something that you guys were scheduled to discuss during your meeting last week, Thursday, with the Physicians Advisory Group regarding school opening and the need for students to get vaccinated that are eligible and their parents.
I tell you, things change a lot with the Delta variants. There's quite a few more breakthrough infection on the fully vaccinated people. You know, and the breakthrough on the fully vaccinated people, you know, they're not that sick. They have very mild symptoms that we can see so far. But the dangerous part is that the viral load is so high with the Delta variants that it's transmissible from the fully vaccinated person to the next person. So that's where the dangerous part is. And, you know, as you can see anywhere in the news that the rate of infection in children who end up in the hospital is getting much higher than the previous strain. So we really have to kind of think ahead of the curve here and get the children vaccinated. You know, from 12 to 17. That's a priority at this point, since the school going to start face to face pretty soon, the next 2 to 3 weeks or so. Right now, the percentage of children in Guam from 12 to 17 that fully vaccinated is in the 30%. You know, about 34% or so. So we really need those children, especially the parents that are fully vaccinated. You need to take times out of your schedule and get your children vaccinated to protect them before the school starts. You know, it starts in 2-3 weeks. You will not get fully vaccinated, but at least, you know, when you get the first shot in, you get about 80% protection from the COVID. So I would highly encourage parents that are fully vaccinated to, if they have children 12 to 17, to come out and get their immunization right away. One thing people have to know that in Guam, you know, pediatric and adult is different. When you have an adult person in that get admitted to the intensive care unit, you have the physician like Dr. Agan that's specially trained for that to take care of you. But when you have children in the intensive care unit, I don't think we have a board-certified intensive care pediatrician that can take care of your children in the ICU. So you don't want to get there. You know, all the pediatricians would try their best to take care of your children in the hospital, but again, they're not trained to be in the ICU. So you do not want your children to end up in there by any chance if they get COVID and wait for that moment. So I really highly encourage people to get their children vaccinated as soon as possible. It's kind of tricky in the part that the Pfizer vaccine, you know, that's only one approved for children. There's 6 doses per vial. So if U or G are closed and the children go to the clinic to get vaccinated, and we don't have enough children there, when you open a vial, you only like 6 hours before expire. It's going to be a challenge in logistics-wise to try to not waste so much vaccine. So we're going to talk about, see there's a special clinic for children to come that they can get there without us wasting the vaccine because it's expired. So that's something we have to really talk in the PAC in public health to try to get a clinic together, you know, especially for the children only. But we had to push this issue very, very fast. The other one that we really want to talk, and I think it might happen, is that we're going to mandate the vaccine on GDOE staff, just because, remember, they work with children less than 12 years old, and those children don't have a choice to get vaccinated. So as an adult, we have the responsibility to protect our children, especially in school. So that way, we will not give them the infection by chance. So, you know, it's a lot of ways, and you know, always have an exception to vaccination. But if you don't want to, I think we're going to push this like anywhere in the state right now. If you don't want to get vaccinated, then you're going to be tested once a week. But we're going to push for that mandated for GDOE.
Why just GDOE and not private schools included?
I think the private school, the private part is pretty easy. Just like for AMC and GRMC, we mandate all the employees to be vaccinated. So we're 100%. But so the private, there's not so much legality to it. Private can do anything they want. But the government a little bit more tricky. But I think that with the President Biden and the federal government try to push a mandate on their side, it's easier for the government to follow. I think that it's nice if all the frontliner get mandated, because that's how we serve the people, and we gotta protect the people that we serve.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, with GDOE, I think the last time we had Mr. Fernandez on, he said that the vaccination rate amongst staff was like at 80%. And then weeks ago, months ago, there was that discussion about mandating vaccine for students, eligible students, returning to face-to-face. Do you foresee that sort of discussion kind of reigniting? And
mandating the children will be a little bit harder to implement because remember, 12 and under, they cannot get the vaccine yet. It's not approved yet. But it's easier to mandate the staff. Just like every year, the staff had to come in to get the TB clearance. That's mandated. You cannot go to work if you don't have your TB clearance. So it's easy to protect the children by mandate on the adult on the vaccination. So,
but isn't the TB vaccination also required of students?
Yes, they do. most of the immunization are required to students, not everything. Certain infection are easily transmissible from one person to the next, certain person, and certain infection are not. So not all of them are mandated on children. But again, children lung capacity and the anatomy is different than adult. So the adult lung capacity is large enough to transmit the virus a lot easier than children. Because the lung capacity is not as large as the adult population. So the rate of infection from the children to adult are much less than adult to children.
Well, I think that's interesting, and that you guys are going to have discussions about having this vaccination clinic for just students. Because I know that, like with my situation, I tried to get a physical examination for my son at his school because it's required. He has to have his medical records. He has to have that physical done before he can go to school. But everything is booked all the way till September, so I can't even get an appointment in. So
yes, you're correct. At the end of summer, it's very hard that all the children need the physical, and as most parents, we kind of wait till the last minute. So 2-3 weeks, and everyone try to come in, and all the clinics don't have the space for everyone to come in. But again, for us, we at this point with the Delta variant is so rampant in the state that we need to create something, a place where the only children can go, and especially from 12 to 17, and get the vaccine before the school start. Again, Pete, intensive care physician, we do not have one that's fully board certified. So that's my worry, is that if you have a Pete end up in the ICU, that our pediatrician have to go way beyond their training to take care of the children if they end up in the intensive care unit, and that's something that we do not like to see. If the parents are fully vaccinated and the children are not vaccinated, there's a chance that if the parents are sick with the Delta variant, that they can carry back home to their children. That's the worry part that we have on our children.
All right. Yeah, and if eligible children aren't vaccinated, the likelihood that their parents aren't vaccinated, you think that's
right now our adult rate is 80+% already. So I know that those parents that have children, because the work schedule, whatever, they really need to take the time out and take the children that are eligible for the vaccine to come in to get the vaccine, their immunization, like as soon as possible. Please take your time and take your children in and get the vaccine. I gotta check, but I think most of the large clinics should carry the Pfizer already. FHP, SDA, AMC, they should have the Pfizer on hand, and also some of the pharmacy also have Pfizer on hand. And so does Public Health North and South. So, quite a few locations there, but, take your time in, and I'm going to ask the clinic to try as much as possible to be very flexible to provide the Pfizer vaccine for the children, but not wasting a lot. So we have to really come up with some type of schedule to get the kids in to get their immunization.
So, this is gonna just one. So you really think that these parents that are, you said, vaccinated because it's 80%, they just really is because they don't have the time to take their child in, or to get vaccinated, or they just don't want their child to get vaccinated?
We have quite a few people that we were vaccinating in the clinic that the parents know if we push it, because I tell you the work schedule or whatever, they just need to take the time, and time is something that we often hear a whole lot, that we need to make the time. That's the answer some of the parents that we were talking to is that they need to take the time.
Yeah.
I know that we are all busy, but with the Delta variants coming down everywhere, it's really, we need to do that a whole lot. And do not wait. And that's the thing. Just like you say before, when we get 80% plus, people think that everything is over, but it's not truly over yet. With this Delta variants coming on, it's opening a new chapter for us.
Doc, I mean, I think a lot of people, as well, from what I heard, is that they're not getting the kids vaccinated because during the pandemic, we were told by many of the doctors that kids did okay against COVID. And so now that's changing because of the Delta variant.
Yes. Chris, absolutely right. This COVID virus here is really interesting, and they change, and we really try to educate people on certain change or what we have today. So a few months from now, if the virus mutate again, we're going to send out another different message. So you just have to follow the change, and we cannot think that the first strain don't affect children very much, but the Delta does affect children. So we just have to pass this message, and as much as possible, so the parents and the people know that, hey, it's different now. Just like I said, the previous strain, if you're fully vaccinated, the chance that you transmit the virus to another person is low. But this Delta variant, because it's so much higher in viral load, it can be transmissible from one person to the next, even if you're fully vaccinated. And that's why I ask people that if you're fully vaccinated and you have some upper respiratory tract infection like congestion, don't ignore it. Come in and get tested, because you can give to the next person.
Doc, we had a comment here. Very general question. Is the Delta variant in our community?
I'm very sure, Chris, that it's in our community already. CDC take about 3 to 4 weeks or longer to send us back any type of specimen the public health sent to them for confirmation. But with the breakthrough infection that we see, a few so far, I'm pretty sure that it's there already.
Yeah,
So,
in June there was a press release on the variants with their latest sequencing that the CDC did for Guam, and it did say that there was one case. That was in June, though.
Yeah, but then when we had Chima on, he said that it was contained, or his answer was kind of waffly.
Yeah.
Yeah, but remember they have we don't have quarantine anymore. So people come in with just a PCR testing. If fully vaccinated, they come in with no test. A Delta variant can come in very easy to do that. And there's nothing wrong with have no quarantine, right? Because 80% of people plus are fully vaccinated already, and you don't see that many people in the hospital except the unvaccinated population. So you had to open the island up with 80% plus because the hospitalization is low. But again, when the Delta variant is coming in, it might change the equation a little bit. So we're going to monitor the situation very closely, especially on the fully vaccinated and how many of those fully vaccinated end up in the hospital. And like I say, as we get more data, we'll make different decisions if we see the hospitalization are going up, especially on the fully vaccinated people. But I don't think it does, because across the United States, 96-97% of people in the intensive care unit are unvaccinated population.
And also, there's just no way to test, Doc, right? If somebody has the Delta variant, you need to have that genomic sequencing, and that's like after the fact, right?
Yes, after the fact, and the after fact about several weeks later. And not every specimen that you send to CDC have the enough viral load for them to do the sequencing. So you have to pick one that when you swap, there enough viral load there that they can do the sequencing. So yes, we kind of behind on that, and on the all the specimens we send to CDC, and it's not us. It's just that the whole system is slow.
Yeah.
But the message I want to come across today is please get your children vaccinated, and I will push hard with the PAC, the governor, and public health to try to somehow come up with a way that make it easier for our children to go in and get vaccinated. Maybe one location or two locations that's all they do is just children. So make sure that we increase the number at least to 50-60% before the school start, at least the first shot anyway.
By a day. Maybe in your next meeting with the governor, you can bring up the RISE Act, All Rise.
That's out of my name.
Doc,
I'm not a miracle worker.
Just to follow up on what you were talking about, no quarantine. Are you aware? Are we still? Is the quarantine facility and the isolation facility still stood up by the government? We're still paying for that.
For my understanding, we still have the isolation facility and the quarantine. They're supposed to combine the two together in one hotel, but I'm not sure where that process is at this point. But we don't have that much people in quarantine, but we do always going to need a place for people to isolate. Just because some people don't have enough adequate space at their house to isolate and protect themselves and protect the family. So that's something that we're always going to have an isolation hotel.
Okay.
A facility.
Any other final words for parents out there?
I just tell you, law of Murphy, anything can go wrong. So please get your children vaccinated. Don't wait till the last minute. That's your children. So please get them vaccinated. Take your time. Come in or make an appointment at the clinic and get your children vaccinated at least one dose before the school start.
Right on.
Thanks, Doc.
Thank you, Doc.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, be safe.
Bye-bye.
There you go.
Stay safe.
Hi, day. Sometimes it's confusing, right? Because we just flipped open everything last week. And you get that message, and then here come the doctor saying, "Oh, wait a minute. Guys, settle down." So just be safe. 7:40. We got to take a quick break, and we're coming back with the Empanada King, the mayor of PD, Mayor Jesse Alec. Next, the show brought to you by Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, Jack in the Box, and Pacific Points.
KUAM News, in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau, brings you the Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase. Look out for this powerful symbol for visitors, island residents, and industry workers alike, as it represents establishments with a consistent global commitment to safety practices. Stamped with approval by the Guam Visitors Bureau and the World Travel Tourism Council. Every Monday on KUAM News will feature a different local business who's taken the Safe Guam and Safe Travels pledge to maintain health and safety standards to get Guam back on track. Log on to visitguam.com to see how your business can receive the designation, what businesses in our community are Guam Safe certified, and have the WTTC Safe Travel certified.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E. discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
Never meant to cause you any sorrow. Never meant to cause you any pain. Only wanted to one time see you laughing. I only wanted to see you laughing in that purple rain, purple rain, purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain.
Good morning, everybody. 7:44 on this beautiful, wet Monday morning. We're going to head into the Zoom room and check in, as we do every week, with Mayor's Council of Guam President, Mayor Jesse Allig of PD. Good morning, Mayor.
Off a day. Good rainy morning.
Good.
Hope you enjoyed the empanada.
It's very
oh
delicious.
my gosh!
Yeah.
Thank you. Did you hear me eating it this morning?
I heard you eating it. I wanted to tease you and tell you that I guess we're gonna be friends now.
Yeah.
We're trying to make people malago eating
Yeah,
that.
that was good. I really do like hers, and not only because she's Janet St. Nicholas from Santa Rita, but her sister used to live in PD with a PD guy, and so we have connection that way. So, Biba to Janet.
Biba.
Oh, Mayor, let's just get into it. So we've been sounding like a broken record coming on every week with you about this COVID differential pay that was, I believe it was mandated by executive order.
Sure was.
And so every week, I want to say for the last month or maybe even more, you've been coming on and you've been telling us that you're working with DOA. So we had DOA on and they said, oh, no, the mayor's paperwork's not in order. You said, no, it is. We've submitted it. And then we just had, first of all, last payday, you were told that it was going to get paid. It was not paid. And then we had Bernie Guinness on Friday. She's acting, she's the deputy director of DOA. And Bree, could you refresh my memory? What did she say about COVID differential pay, specifically for mayors and customs?
She said that they were going to get paid Friday. They established some kind of account, and they put in some federal discretionary funds to pay this thing out.
Right?
Electronic fund transfer.
Yeah.
Did you check your? Okay. So that's what was said, but let's find out what.
Because you kind of were making fun of me. It's electronic. It's like boom, boom, boom. It's going in there.
It's electric.
Electronic consent, right?
It's electric.
Yeah.
So, Mayor, have you guys gotten paid the COVID differential pay as of Monday, 7:45 a.m.?
I don't believe the staff have received it as of 7:45 this morning, but they're supposed to. And so I told you that I'll let you know when they get paid. So we'll move on.
Right on.
Right, yeah, and we did hear from Mayor's Council of Guam Executive Director Angel Sablon, and he was actually the one that confirmed that DOA said that they were going to get paid on Friday, at least for whatever the first batch of payments, and then they were going to get paid, I believe, the following Friday for the remaining COVID differential pay. Have you spoken with Angel on what is
we're
going
on the same page as far as what that's supposed to be like. Again, that's what we're told, and that's what we know. What's the real deal? We'll know hopefully in another hour or two when the banks actually deposit the money into their accounts.
And just for clarification, this was never a paperwork issue, because I want to say we have been, like Chris said, talking to you that the Mayor's Council of Guam has been consistent. They've been doing their part in submitting all of the required documents to back up, what your employees are supposed to be paid. But what it was just a funding issue, because you guys were told.
Bottom line.
Right, yeah, you guys were told that, guess what, we don't have any more money. The money was being paid through CARES Act funding, and you're going to have to figure out how to pay it with your own budgets, which everybody knows you guys have been on the front line since last year working this COVID war. And so, of course, you guys don't have the money, because the money that you guys have been using is for paying for gas, keeping your offices open, doing all this stuff. So it's got to be frustrating for you and your
Thanks
staff.
for reiterating that. The council has. You're right. We've submitted all our documents as far as timesheets, and that's kind of why I made that little, remark after that one interview that you had, because it really is not fair to the staff that works hard to not only do the COVID work, but the staff that worked hard to prepare the documentation and submit them timely. So I didn't want to, I don't want to, put them out, or at least we want to recognize that they did do the work, and we did submit as we were supposed to, as we ought to. And you're right, bottom line, it was just the funding that was not available, and hopefully it's available today, and hopefully our staff will be able to receive their checks in their accounts today. So we'll keep you posted. We'll let you know.
Okay. Yeah, because my phone's going to continue to blow up until this thing gets paid.
Yeah. Well, you're not only yours, it's mine too.
Right. I also wanted to follow up on the conversation we had with the Department of Revenue and Taxation last week. So, All Rise application, it didn't go online as expected over the weekend. But there was something that Daphne was mentioning, and it was regarding the whole mayor's verification and the acting governor saying you don't need to go to your mayor's offices. And then I think she went to the AG, because, that's it. It's in law in terms of the required documents, and it does say mayor's verification. And so from what we understood, the acting governor was like, oh, DRT, you can do the verifications at the end, right, after they submit the applications. But she did say that, I plan on meeting with the Mayor's Council of Guam. Have you guys talked to Reventax?
We're meeting today, so we'll know. I'm meeting with her today. And so we'll know after that.
So the meeting is to figure out how you guys are going to do these verifications later, after the fact, after the applications are online or submitted?
Daphne requested the meeting, and so I'm glad that she wants to keep us, in the loop. So I'm not sure the details of the meeting, but we'll certainly share that as soon as it's done.
Do you know how this whole thing is going to work, though? Because you still need the mayor's verification, and do you know how DRT, or that's what you guys are going to talk about? Like, how are we going to do this?
I believe that, and I'm sure that's what we're going to talk about. I don't like to, there's so many different angles, and there's so many different points of view when it comes to things like this. And so really what I've asked the staff, the office staff, to do in all the districts is really just whatever's on black and white. We follow black and white. We don't assume, we don't give any kind of suggestions on how to do anything. You just, if they need a mayor's verification, you give them the mayor's verification and don't ask questions. As long as we can verify their residency, that's our job, bottom line. But not to give, because, it's such a sensitive topic. And I know that even our staff feel the frustration and the urgency and the need for some of the residents, and they want to be helpful and give advice. And that's something that I just really warn all the staff about is, you don't want to give wrong information. You don't want to give bad advice. And so if it's black and white, then you give it. Other than that, you kind of just want to, lead them to the authority. And if KUAM's the authority, then so be it. If DRT's the authority, then, great. But as far as the mayor's offices, we want to know as much so we can give out as much. But we only want to give out what's black and white, because the whole assumption, just convolute the whole situation and make matters worse. And that's just, we don't want to do that. I mean, everything's frustrating as it is. So we don't want to be part of that that big frustration.
Yeah, I think it's kind of beyond frustrating waiting since December for this whole rise demise. To actually happen.
And ever since I became president, it's like I dream of you people, because think about what you guys are going to ask me and how, what we're going to think, what we're going to talk about, in the coming days. And one of the things that I've been considering is the reasons as to the holdup of the expense of this federal aid, right? And we talk about not only the All Rise Act, but we always hear about the American Rescue Plan money and how we have not seen it. One of the things that I'm very happy about is seeing the nonprofit organizations operate or coordinate their summer school programs, and like West Care. And I say West Care because they reach out to us all the time, and through Serve Guam and AmeriCorps, those groups, they continue to work. And it is my hope that they're receiving some of this education stabilization funds, because they're eligible for it. Yeah. And so on top of that, I know I mentioned it on the show several times about the villages receiving education stabilization funds for summer school and after school program. Esta makpo summer, makpo fall semester the salapi. Pues, in the end, we wonder, hopefully there's light at the end of the tunnel. Hopefully there's really a pot of gold at the end of that rainbow, because, we're all looking forward to it. And I know you have a lot of, your words are so creative in that it's more than just frustration. But for us, it's like, how do we just, we stay afloat, and how do we manage this so that we can continue moving forward? And whether that's our operations in the office, whether it's providing the programs and the services for our residents, whatever it is, that's just kind of our goal on the Mayor's Council side.
Well, who knows? I mean, you guys will be meeting today. The legislature's going into session. They've got the 2 bills that could possibly be added to the agenda to remove the restrictions, to ensure there's just no more excuses on getting this thing paid. But either way, we'll still call you and bug you this afternoon for an update on your meeting.
I'd like to bug you right now, though, something a little more immediate, Mayor. Do you have any eyes on the Polaris Point situation there? Has it flooded it?
It's not. Well, you know what? I have to say, I'm going to commend Vince Ariola, Linda Ibanez, the DPW, because they're always on it at Polaris Point, and they've been doing well, making sure that that's taken care of. So we have not had any issues so far. Thank the good Lord that they're really looking out for them. I do know that, because you mentioned it, I do know that one of our bigger issues when it comes to the Mayor's Council is Meleso down with Mayor Chardaloff. And I know he's always frustrated about the whole flooding in the area. And I do know that DPW has been very proactive in making sure that they're not only there beforehand, but that they're during the heavy rains. And so if in the event they are not there, it's not because they don't want to be there. There's probably something else going on. But I do know that, the heads of DPW are doing good by us and making sure that these waterways are clear enough so that, there's not as much flooding. So no big issues yet. And, we're expecting this weather for the next couple of days. So hopefully everyone will do okay. So after this, I'll go change into my bathing suit.
Put on your boots, your galoshes. Mayor, what about the cemetery update, the tiny houses?
Guess what? It's locked now. You can only go 8 to 4. So now there's a gate, or there's a chain. And, of course, I open my mouth, and I want to be proactive and help. So we do help DPR in opening that gate on the times that they're off, because why not? The mayors work 24 hours a day, right? Mm-hmm. We're supposedly 24/7 workers, mayors and staff. So yeah, no updates on the neighborhood or the condominiums and the new homes up there, but certainly there's more security in the area as far as making sure there's only one entrance, making sure that there's a gate so that there it's controlled and monitored. So that's a good thing, and hopefully things will look better up there.
Any updates?
But I do want to say there are two things that are big for us this week. One is, the Manamco for me personally and in PT have always been a big deal. And so I just really, a few months ago, there was a ribbon cutting for the Elder Justice System or court, I forgot what it was called, Center, Elder Justice Center. And so, we get a lot of Manamco, not in PD only, but everywhere else, calling for legal help, those types of issues with wills and those types of legal documents. And so we'll be sharing some information with the rest of the mayors this week at our regular meeting regarding the Elder Justice Center. And I think it's important because we need to let our Manamco know that they have to be prepared. And it's so difficult to navigate after death, especially for the family that's not prepared for death, one, or the elder that is not prepared to leave behind whatever it is they have behind, for their families. And it could be a simple bank account, it could be, property, whatever it is. It just, our Manamco, they need help, and if they need help, we want to be able to provide that to them. And so that Elder Justice Center presentation this week is going to be very important. And I'm hoping that our Manamco reach out to us. I know they are listeners, and so we want to be able to connect them to the services that the elected leaders have worked so hard to put together. And so, unfortunately, it's taken this long, but the fortunate side to it is that it's open, and that we want them to be able to utilize it. And then connecting to that is the veterans. And we've talked about veterans organizations coming out to the villages, always asking for veteran information. One of the latest pieces of information they've been asking about is how many veterans do we have in the village? And it's sad to say that we don't know. We can't give them an accurate count of how many veterans are living in our village, and that's because we don't have a count. But in speaking with the speaker, she reminded me that there is a law that the mayors are able to include this veteran status in our mayor's verifications. So I will work to make sure that the 19 villages begin to include the veteran status in their mayor's verifications, especially now that so many people are requesting for it. This is the opportune time to update it. And, if we're able to receive their Form DD-214s from the veterans out there, they certainly can give our offices a call, and we can add their status to the verification. Of course, what makes that legitimate is your Form DD-214, one, and then our monthly submission from the mayor's office to the Veterans Affairs Office for their recordation. And so hopefully with that, we'll be able to comply with that public law, and be able to have a number prepared for whoever needs the number for their VA benefits. Right. I mean, we're always looking at how we can help the veterans, and this is at least one small way that the village mayors can help. So we're looking forward to that this week.
Thank you, Mayor, so much for your time this morning and for that empanada.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think we're good for
Enjoy.
the week. That's okay.
Adios.
That's the PD Mayor Jesse Allig. It's 8 o'clock. This is The Breeze. KUAM FM, Agatna, Guam, KUAM TV. Here we come. Good morning. Monday, dark, wet, gloomy, thunder, lightning. type of Monday in rainy season. Oh my gosh. All right. Please, a diet talent. It's Biloxi the Maxi out there. It's still dark. It's crazy, sir. It's like 6 o'clock kind of dark. Here at 8:01 on this Monday, the 2nd day of August. This is The Link. Good morning. My name is Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
And we are proudly brought to you by Pacific Points, Calvo Enterprises, ITNE, and Jack in the Box. Here's who's coming up. We'll do work week weather with Brandon Eidelet of the National Weather Service, scheduled to come on, Senator Clint Rogel, Senator Sabina Perez. We'll also tell you about the first ever Gregorio de Perez fishing tournament. And we're going to go to the Philippines this morning. Yep, they're surging, but we're going over to talk with the medical city about a medical travel bubble that they're working on. It's 8:02 on this Monday, the 2nd day of August. Good morning again from the KUAM news team with the very latest, Sabrina Salas Mantonati. Good morning, Sabrina.
Off day, everybody. Just pull up the news real quick. The contractor for the solar farm in Manilao may be facing fines from Guam EPA, but it also could potentially look at enforcement action from the feds. Here's more on the environmental nightmare in the Marbo Cave area.
From above, it looks breathtaking, almost like a lake. But looks can be deceiving because on the ground, it's an environmental mess.
I couldn't believe what I'm seeing.
Farron Tyron wanted to see the damage for himself. A freediving teacher by profession, he decided to take the plunge.
Marbo Cave now has a layer of nastiness floating on the surface, as well as several inches deep of muck in the bottom. And I really hope that the freshwater fish, eel, and shrimp in there are gonna be okay. I don't know. Hopefully they can escape to the ocean or go somewhere else. That line is filled up to here with mud and nastiness.
Tyron last visited Marbo Cave a month ago, and this is what it looked like then.
You can see it's nice and clear. No mud staining the walls, no mud staining underneath. It's mostly just this nice white limestone like you'd expect in there.
What once was crystal clear, this popular and historic attraction site left a muddied mess.
It's just really, really sad.
Some would even say mad, like private property owners who live and have land near the solar farm. Access roads to their property damaged from the stormwater runoff from the solar farm, which was cited by Guam EPA for failing to follow through with its approved erosion and sediment control plan. As reported, the company could have been fined up to $18 million, but Guam law only allows a maximum penalty of $125,000. The solar farm project is part of a $200 million deal with the Guam Power Authority's contractor, the Korea Electric Power Company, or KEPCO. Consolidated Commission on Utilities member Simon Sanchez says they are very concerned. He adds the contractor must address the stormwater runoff and restore the site. Quote, they can't pass on fines to ratepayers since their prices to us are locked in via their bid. It's all on them to restore, prevent, and pay the costs. And we expect them to do so or face more Guam EPA enforcement actions and fines. Also commenting, GPA General Manager John Beneventi, who says they are in communication with KEPCO and expects the contractor to comply with all environmental and regulatory requirements according to its contract. KUAM, in the meantime, has learned that the solar farm contractor could possibly face enforcement action from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency for potential violations of the Clean Water Act. For now, Guam EPA is encouraging island residents to stay away from the Marbo Cave area because it is unsafe.
And with more news, here's Tyler Mezzanoni.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Buenos Hafa everyone. I'm Tyler Matanani with your headlines here on The Link. Power rates are set to go up starting today for the average residential customer. But to ease the impact to ratepayers, it will be phased in over the next 4 months. The Public Utilities Commission Thursday night approved GPA's request to increase the fuel surcharge known as the LEAC.
Because of the pandemic's financial impact on families, GPA has held off on fully recovering its fuel costs for the past year. But with rising oil prices, it can do so no longer. PUC Administrative Law Judge Attorney Fred Harecki.
The under-recovery for GPA had grown over the last 6 months from about 13 million up to 32 million. But the PUC decided, because of current economic conditions and the situation of ratepayers, that a phased-in approach would be appropriate.
Starting August 1st, the LEAC will increase from 11 cents to 13 cents per kilowatt hour. In October, it will go to 15 cents, and in December to 17. That even factors in some $15 million from American Rescue Plan funds that the governor has pledged to help keep down rates.
Even with that 15 million, at the end of the period, there would be a 7 million under recovery. So that means that for the next LEAC period, starting February 1, 2022, that under recovery would have to be recovered. The commissioners appeared to be confident that the governor's promised that amount and that she will come through.
GPA's fuel surcharge is evaluated every 6 months, but Harecki says in some cases it can be revisited sooner.
When the under recovery either increases or decreases by $2 million, GPA can come back to the PUC for a reassessment.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
GPA provided a further breakdown of the rate impact for the average residential bill. For August, it will be $23.29, and for October and December, it will go up $20. The Navy's highest-ranking officer, Chief of Naval Operations Admiral Michael Gilday, was on Guam and held a briefing with local media Friday. Admiral Gilday spoke on the importance of Marine Corps Base Camp Blas, which is expected to become fully operational in a few years. It is the first new Marine base to be built in 70 years.
As we expand our footprint, that we're doing that in a way that's completely respectful of cultural concerns and environmental concerns, then we're destined to fail. And so these projects have to be a win-win for the people of Guam and for the Department of Defense. And I think that we, in good faith, we've shown we can do that. My wife Linda, who is here with me on this visit, was up by Camp Blas yesterday in that construction. And one of the things that she talked to me about afterwards was the fact that we are growing the indigenous plants of the island of Guam so that we can transplant them. So in other words, for a tree that is cut down, we're committed to planting a tree. And so we want to do that in a way that respects those concerns. Likewise, when we come across archaeological items of interest as we work up at Camp Blas, or the soon-to-be Camp Blas, that we actually have altered construction plans to respect, for example, some grave sites that we have come across.
Our Nestor Lecanto will have more on his briefing in primetime. The arraignment hearing has been pushed back for drug defendant Andrew Manabusin. Additionally, according to court filings, attorney Joseph Rosano was appointed to represent him following a motion to withdraw from attorney Jeff Moots. Last month, Manabusin was busted in California, where he allegedly mailed a package containing more than 3,600 gross grams of meth to the territory. Former DOC officer and former police officer Jose Ananich was busted for receiving it. Their cases have been sealed. Manabusin is now scheduled to appear in the District Court of Guam on August 5th. As a way to continue revitalizing the island's #1 industry, beginning last Friday until August 30, the Guam Visitors Bureau will be providing free trolley service for residents and tourists in the Tumon area. Quote, "We want to instill confidence for businesses to reopen as we begin to welcome back visitors and overcome this pandemic," said GVB President and CEO Carl T.C. Gutierrez. He adds that partnering with Lam Lam Tours to provide this transportation free of charge will provide an opportunity for locals, military, and visitors to get around the island and support our local business community. The Guahan trolley service is daily beginning at 9:30 a.m. and ending at 7 p.m. For the complete schedule, you can log on to KUAM.com. And with regional headlines, here's KSPN2 News.
Half a day, Zantiro, Guam. Here's what's making headlines in the CNMI. Officials from the Northern Marianas College met with Governor Ralph Torres and Lieutenant Governor Arnold Palacios to discuss ongoing projects, such as the plan to transform the campus into a college town. NMC President Dr. Galvin Delon Guerrero states the aftermath of Super Typhoon Yutu gave them an opportunity to rebuild from the ground up.
Frankie and his team has done a great job of making sure that as we rebuild, it's very, very intentional. And that we're rebuilding a layout of a campus that will not only make sense for the future of the college, but will also revitalize, reinvigorate the economies of the Astrolahi and Dandan area. The idea is to build a college town. And then, to also do the same on Tinian and Luta.
Dr. G states they are about 95% complete with their facilities master plan, which will be used as a guide for all future constructions.
As soon as that's done, we then move into the actual kind of A&E design and construction phase. Because we want to be sure that whatever we build is following that plan and not just haphazard. We want to be sure that, that we're really thinking of the future needs of the Commonwealth as well as the future needs of the college.
The administration is in support and says they will make sure the new facility is expedited for the students.
We have our permitting team, IRP, which is the new office or program, the Infrastructure Recovery Program. We're going to dedicate a team for NMC to expedite their process.
Dr. G acknowledged the governor and lieutenant governor for their support and also recognized former interim president Frankie Elliptico.
I'm very happy to be joining him and the team as with everything that they built at the college. They've sailed that proa through some of the most turbulent waters, whether it be typhoons, austerity measures, a pandemic. They kept it afloat, they kept it sailing ahead, and now we're just really excited to be building upon that success towards a brighter future, whether it's new facilities, new programs, higher enrollment, and just meeting the workforce needs and the overall needs of the CNMI. And we look forward to that continuing partnership with the administration.
For more news, please visit saipantv.com. For KSPN2, I'm Sally Lemus.
That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Acting Governor Josh Tenorio issued a statement saying he's troubled and appalled to see the current state of Marbo Cave. He adds that although a citation was issued by Guam EPA was critical, the entities responsible need to be held accountable for their reckless and negligent actions, and we must remain vigilant in our efforts to protect and preserve these invaluable land and water resources for the use of our people and future generations. A pair of bills in the meantime have been introduced by Speaker Therese Terlahi and Senator Sabina Perez. Bill 165 aims to enhance Guam EPA's enforcement by removing the caps on fines for civil penalties for Guam soil erosion and sediment violations. Senator Perez's Bill 166 seeks additional funding in order to expand the enforcement capacity of Guam EPA. In the past decades, the regulatory demands of the agency to enforce laws that ensure the protection of the health of our environment and people have increased significantly due to expansion of environmental laws, increased permitting applications for construction projects, and increased incidences of violations such as illegal dumping. Senators, in the meantime, head into session at 10 o'clock in the morning. According to a media release of the agenda from the Rules Committee, potential bills to be placed on the agenda include 2 related to making changes to the RISE Act. After serving as the superintendent of Catholic education for 2 years, Dr. Juan Flores has confirmed with KUAM that he is leaving the Catholic school system. Flores stating that he is resigning for personal reasons. According to Archdiocese spokesperson Tony Diaz, Flores' resignation will be going into effect in the middle of this week. Dr. Flores was hired as a superintendent of Catholic education in July of 2019. He was also the former superintendent for the Guam Department of Education. It's been a little over a week since Zhao Wei Quinn and Yun Lu Red were reported missing at sea, but on Saturday the pair were found alive. The U.S. Coast Guard Sector Guam posting on their Facebook page that watchstanders were made aware that the two mariners were recovered 65 miles northwest of Rota by the merchant vessel Mito. There are no other updates at this time. They are currently gathering more information about the situation. As reported, the two mariners had departed Saipan on the morning of the 18th on a 12-foot inflatable Kodiak skiff and were expected to arrive on Guam later that evening. It's hard to miss the sound and sights of more military aircraft cruising through Guam skies lately as major exercises continue in the region. On Sunday morning, General Charles Flynn, commander of U.S. Army Pacific, and Lieutenant General John Thomas, the deputy commander of Pacific Air Forces, spoke with island media on the purpose of those exercises and what they say Guam's strategic importance is as a joint power projection platform for the Indo-Pacific region. Defender Pacific, Pacific Iron, and Exercise Forager 21 have been operating throughout the region, stretching all the way up into Palau, while other exercises also have taken place in Japan and Australia. Flynn says the exercises demonstrate the strength of the alliances and partnership the military has in the region. While they aim to keep a prosperous and peaceful region, he says we must prepare for multiple threats.
United States Army Pacific Command, America's Theater Army here in the region, is dedicated to preserving peace and the prosperity of people in Guam and across CNMI. We want to maintain strong relationships and we want to build healthy communities together. We are demonstrating our commitment here to the defense of Guam, to the defense of the nation, and to the values and the principles inherent in a free and open Indo-Pacific. This is the foundation of why we conduct exercises.
If you're an ally or a part of the United States here in the Indo-Pacific, we know that you are watching. U.S. forces can and will be resilient despite attempts to counter our advantages. And if you're a potential adversary who seeks to prevent a free and open Indo-Pacific, we hope you're watching too. No one wants to fight, but if you start one, we will continue to successfully operate using agility, speed, and innovation.
Air Force Base confirmed the UK-based Queen Elizabeth Strike Force will be making its way to the region. Sloan addressed a recent outbreak among the crew, which he says is much smaller than the outbreak on the USS Theodore Roosevelt, which also docked on Guam. And with your news in Chamorro, here is Kin Concepcion.
Buenos updates to get some to be sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mito gi First Hawaiian Bank. Sa makatundi padun senti berukan bakunairin militar mentas matotogid sa exercise ginigi mapagasi si isla. Gaganda minggu General Charles Flynn, komandante ni US Army Pacific, dan General John Thomas, segundo komandante para Pacific Air Force sa makuntusi media ni isla por rason niya STC na exercise. Dati like niya na sempre sisuguhan na lugar gi danan niya STC para mafatay fesan poder niya para Indo-Pacific region. In Defender Pacific, Pacific Iron, dan Exercise Forager 21, sa tagay tempo matawag STC na exercise sa tagato gita Palau na lugar, mentras otro siya masusesari gita Hapon dan Australia. Elinga si Flynn na ano kifesan ni dinan niya militar de Estados Unidos dan otro siya gwini na region. Elinga na mentras manakeke mas adelantos dan ni nafamuli gwini na bandantano, debiha lokwi data prepara para masyahafa na animasaw. Anota si taman hasil na dyan na batkonay siya, mana mas fortihin na exercise gi Pacific Iron. Mas tali gi press conference hi General Jeremy Sloan, komandante ni 36 Wing Anderson Air Force Base, ang confirma na tiwaman matoy Queen Elizabeth Strike Force gin ni United Kingdom. Asangan loki na podadzi man ni nadzi COVID nagi crew, December ti tagi masusedi ni USS Theodore Roosevelt ni madadag gizagwahan. Mas artikulo, esta mas gyun semana distiyan na report na malingo gi itasi si Zhao Quinn dan si Yun Lee Red, logi Sabalu, dia tentang Hulyo, masodai dos na lalala. US Coast Guard Guam Sector, sa mapega gito niya pleg on Facebook, maanunsya na dos masoda 66 meters gihilulusan luta, ginote Marianas, ni Batkon Mito, merchant vessel. Giitafta, figuinin na diyan Sabalu. Taza masasunto pedestina hinano. Eligniya na makudili mas informasyon po di situasyon. Si Edward Ongerang, Lieutenant GG para Coast Guard. Sa Timalago na usangan mas dahil referi KUAM para District 14 gita Honolulu. Ni Siyaw Mululi, Coast Guard guni gita kuahan. Nag-report KUAM, si Quinn and si Red sa madingo sa ipang at diado si Otsugi Hulyo. Dito si Pe na butin goma, lumafananan Kodiak, sa David yu fatumagi guahan, wihi na papuengi. Masa sunto, matsonik tati zonya arraignment hearing para si Andrew Manibusan, lumatsaki pagkunanta di Sambineno. Gimas mapunta ay abogado Joseph Rosano para representa si Manibusan. Anya likeness si Jeff Moods. Maresta si Manibusan gimapos na mes. Gisa California anya meon paketi magiguahan na sa guniri di transmit 600 grama na meth. Igin official polisiya sa ni Department of Corrections si Jose Anonich sa maresta pud guita rumisibi paketi. Masiw ikausan niya. Mas keto si Manibusan pero ano gikorte gi District Court of Guam gidya 5 Agosto. Yung mas artikulo, después 2 años anya serbi Catholic Education na posisyon superintendent, ako firma si Dr. Juan Flores na ni KUAM News na parodingo sistema ng eskweleng katoliko. Asangan si Flores na putpetsunat na rason na parahupara. Efektibo ito na resignation pag na semana. Maempleado si Flores gihudlo 2019 na sakan para superintendent ng eskwela. Ang gulo ko'y gifayo KUAM nagwisa superintendent para Departamento ng Edukasyon Publiko di 2003 hasta 2006 na sakan. Para Guam News Network, Guausikin Conception. Yasuto ifinut sa moro sa presenta sa ninafatto ni Familiang Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at a secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
All right, everybody, and the show continues right here live on Facebook. Thanks so much for joining us if you're on KUM TV or listening on the Breeze 93.9. Now, my friends, we all geek out about something, right? We've all got those little things that we really sink our teeth into and really dedicate a lot of our personal time to get into. My thing is software. Chris is Empanada. Brandon Idlet over at the National Weather Service is Weather Systems. So when it comes to this weird weather we are having, why Mr. Sun did not show his face as he normally does, we of course go to the experts. So Brandon, half a day, good morning.
Half a day, good morning, Jason, and it's great to be back with you this morning. How is everybody doing?
We're doing okay. It's a little cold in the studio, given the conditions and everything, but we've had some really odd weather recently. As far as your projections and everything like that, was any of this unexpected?
Well, we've been in this kind of a monsoon pattern for much of the past almost 2 weeks now. And so we've been kind of highlighting a wet trend expected as early as yesterday, but conditions kind of slowed down in their development and ultimately waited until last night and to today to really come in force. This is typical of the southwesterly monsoon. And of course, we've been seeing off and on pretty wet weather for much of the past week. We even issued a couple of flood advisories in the past couple of days when we had some lighter winds and the daytime heating of the island. And in those conditions, we see very heavy showers develop over maybe just small localized areas of the island and kind of lead to flooding conditions, while other areas might be just either partly cloudy or have a little bit of sun and somewhat dry. But now we're seeing the pattern completely switch over to just a very wet period for all of the Marianas and the surrounding region. But let me go ahead and just slide right into the radar imagery. And so many of us have not heard the mention of the radar in quite a while. We're very happy to report we've had a radar team from Oklahoma. They've been on island for a while, and they have completed some pretty big repairs on the radar. And so we're very happy to show this nice piece of technology. It is excellent for diagnosing the heavy rain locations, where the stronger winds are, and giving us a little bit more of an insight into the storm development. But you can see right here, Guam is right in the center, where we've had some heavy showers passing by. We've got some lightning detections off of Ritidian, just offshore east of Anderson Air Force Base as well. But right now, the heavier showers are to the west of Guam, but still affecting the northern Mariana Islands. So we are actually considering issuance of a new urban and small stream flood advisory for Rota, Tinian, and Saipan. We saw heavier showers early this morning over Guam that prompted one flood advisory, and it's just been ongoing rain. And so let me switch over to satellite real quick, get the bird's eye view, and you can see this big, massive walloping of moisture across the Marianas from just northeast of Yapam, Palau, extending all the way across the Marianas, and then out to another broad circulation between the Marianas and Wake Island. So here's Wake Island. Let me slide over. Wake Island, the Marianas, and a circulation that we're watching for some gradual development in the coming days. The key thing to remember, though, is the circulation will continue northward. So whether it develops or not is not going to really have any significant impacts on the local weather. And so if you'd like, let's go ahead into these slides.
Absolutely.
And let's go ahead and talk the weather and what we've been seeing the past several days. And so let me just make sure Jason has switched those over.
Yep, good to go.
And I'm going to have my own copy. So here we go. Let's talk about the headlines. Today, the main concern is potential for some flooding. So we've had urban and small stream flood advisories throughout the morning hours, and that is going to continue as we see these heavy showers continuing to push to the northeast from the southwest. Currently, no flood advisories for Guam, although we will be continually monitoring things. How about the seas and surf and winds? Well, we're going to see the southwest winds increasing just a little bit more today. They've been somewhat subdued the past couple of days, but we're going to see the conditions becoming a little bit breezier for the next couple of days. The seas and surf will also begin to respond, building from the west-northwest, and we're going to be coming close to those 10-foot levels that are hazardous for small craft. But right now, the computer models suggest seas will stay just below those levels. In the long term, we could be seeing some easterly trade winds filtering back into the Marianas, and more about that later. For Micronesia region, things are pretty quiet. Where the monsoon is, that's all your activity, and the monsoon has lifted, has remained over the Philippine Sea up to our northwest, and that has opened up the door for pretty placid weather across much of Micronesia. Next slide, please. So coming in early this morning to the weather office, we had I love cloudy,
very
dreary
cool
weather. It was beautiful this morning. So that's our backyard. That satellite pointing up is just not necessarily just collecting the rainfall, but it's statically positioned in that direction to retrieve our geostationary satellite imagery from the Himawari satellite provided by Japan. And so we're always, through that satellite, that is how we get our bird's eye view to see what's going on across the Western Pacific. Without that and radar, we would pretty much be blind to current conditions. But some amazing cloud cover this morning, some heavy showers in Tumon. I was drinking my coffee before it had gotten any brighter with the sunrise. And I saw a couple of little brownouts in my apartment. And then I heard a bzzz, and there went a transformer. So that means it's raining hard. So how much rain have we had? Next slide. I went ahead and got some preliminary rain amounts. There's a number of USGS rain gauges scattered about the island. And so for the past week, the past 7 days, including the most recent 24 hours, we've seen a good spread of 4 to 6 inches of rain across much of the island. That's pretty impressive rain amounts for 1 week. And even in the past 24 hours, those numbers in the green, those are showing you that we've had anywhere from, most of the island has seen 1 to 2 inches of rain in the past 24 hours, much of that falling last night and early this morning. And but where do we stand in concerning the year and the month? July was a little bit dry. We were a deficit of 3.5 inches for the month of July. But also for the full year through January 1st through July 31st, we're still dry, about almost 7.25 inches. But August seems to be trying to account for that and get us a little bit back on par. And so let's go to the next slide and we'll take a look at the full picture. So this is just a very rough sketch surface analysis across the region. You can see right across Guam, the Marianas, down southwestward toward Yapam, Palau. All that white cloud cover, that is just courtesy of the southwesterly monsoon. I know last week I showed you another surface analysis, and over the Philippine Sea from Taiwan to the northwest of the far northern Marianas up toward Japan, we saw this massive broad monsoon trough across the region. And that is a notorious generator of tropical cyclones. We continue to see several circulations spin off in that area. And the Joint Typhoon Warning Center is watching several of them. One to our northeast, that is Joint Typhoon Warning Center Invest Area 98 Whiskey and 98W. They have issued a tropical cyclone formation alert for that system, meaning that there's a good chance of that becoming a tropical depression in the next 24 hours. Additionally, much farther to the north of the Marianas, a 96W is also expected to develop into a tropical depression as it heads northward. The good thing to keep in mind is that all of this tropical cyclone development that we could see in the next week is expected to stay north of the Marianas. And eventually, these southwesterly wind flows will lift up to the northwest. Across Micronesia, you see various dry, stable conditions from Chuk Pohnpei eastward, and that ridge is expected to gradually slide into the Marianas around mid-late week, and that is what could bring us some easterly winds by late week. So let's go ahead and look at the next 7 days. Wet, wet, wet for the next 2 days, but we're going to see some slow drying take place Tuesday night into Wednesday.
That's a scientific term for it, right? Wet, wet, wet.
Wet, wet, wet. It is capital underlined italicized wet. So our lead forecaster overnight, Paul Stinko, he went ahead and just put us a full 100% walloping of showers for today. It's just going to be wet. Have an umbrella. Wear that jacket, because as you go into the air-conditioned buildings, it's going to be just miserably cold. It was for me this morning walking into the weather office. But late week, again, we could see some drying with those easterly trades coming back in. And how about sea conditions? I mentioned we're going to stay just shy of small craft advisory conditions, but we're going to see that west-northwest swell in the combined seas picking up today, rising up to about 6 to 8 feet combined seas, 5 to 7 foot out of the west-northwest swell. And that's also going to have some impacts on surf heights, especially on the west-facing reefs. So stronger rip currents. We don't have any high risk of rip currents or hazardous surf currently, but we're going to be watching that very closely. So if you do have any water plans, well, you're already going to be wet in the rain, but any marine-based water plans, definitely take caution and always use the buddy system. By Wednesday, we're going to see those trends slightly coming down, and coming down Wednesday into Thursday, winds, seas, and swell decreasing. I've included tides down on the bottom right. We have our low tide coming up this morning at 9:15, and then our next high tide around 4:30 this afternoon. And so let's go to the next slide. And I want to highlight August 2nd to 8th is Earthquake Preparedness Week. We just got some emails from the Office of Civil Defense. And this is a really good time to consider Earthquake Preparedness Week. This is in remembrance of the 1993, I believe it was a 7.8 earthquake that struck Guam August 3rd or August 8th of 1993.
I thought it was like 8.1 somewhere around there.
Yeah, 7.8, 8.1. And it was pretty strong. It left, actually, we were talking with our some of our coworkers yesterday, and they vividly remember the palm trees just shaking and swinging, and just kind of a jaw-dropping experience for those who encountered that event. But this is part of the Guam Homeland Security Office of Civil Defense. And basically, what would you do? How do you react in the case of an earthquake? Where do you evacuate to? And then keep in mind that if there's a big earthquake, there might be a tsunami. How do you respond to the threat of a tsunami? Last week, we had the scare with the big earthquake off of Alaska. And so we had a lot of commentary on our Facebook page. What do we need to do? Should we be doing anything? And so there's going to be information about that. Make sure you and your family stay safe, understand what to do in the event of a disaster. And some web links below are great places to start your search for finding those answers. And of course, you can always send us a message online. Now, I know we were also had another scare with Pagan Volcano just last week. And I'll show you once I get control of the camera shortly. I'll show you kind of how we monitor for the volcano. But just for my last slide, always stay up to date with the latest forecasts at our webpage, weather.gov/GUM, or find us on Facebook or Twitter under NWS Guam. And we'll be posting updates. Our webpage is updated with forecast at least 12 hours, every 12 hours. And then as things change and threaten, we'll be posting important information to the Facebook page. But that's it with my slides. But let me show you one more satellite imagery, a little bit more satellite imagery of what we use to monitor for volcanic hotspots. There is always the consideration, the Marianas being quite seismically and volcanically active, a number of underwater volcanoes, and also above water volcanoes, Pagan for one, Pagan and Atahan. There's a couple of satellite images that we look at. This one is not showing much at the moment, but we're looking for hotspots. Some of the Himawari satellite imagery is especially tuned to pick up heat signatures. We use this type of imagery sometimes to look for hotspots that would be indicative of wildfires. We've seen wildfires across southern Guam, parts of Saipan, that show up as hotspots, usually temperatures corresponding to 50 to 70 degrees Celsius. That is really hot. You would not expect typical temperatures of that magnitude without some type of heat source. Just for a reference, 33 Celsius is about 88 degrees Fahrenheit. So 50 to 77, 50 to 70 Celsius, that's getting pretty hot. 100 degrees Celsius is 212 degrees Fahrenheit, that's boiling. There are a couple of the signatures that do show up on occasion. There is a perpetual hotspot in Arahan. And what we're seeing with that case when it's not cloudy like today, what we're seeing is actually the solar farm down there. The solar radiation will reflect.
We got another solar farm we're talking about?
You got the main one down in the Dandan Inarahan area. That's been there for a few years. And I have noticed a bright hotspot in the Marlborough area, that space that's been in the news recently. And apparently those solar panels are definitely reflecting the solar rays. And it acts just like mirrors. The satellite will see that, and it will depict that as very hot surface temperatures. So we've got to be aware of that, make sure we know what we're seeing before we say, hey, wildfire or volcanic hotspot. But this week we have not seen any volcanic hotspots. It's too bad that it's been so cloudy as it has been. But there's Pagan right there in the middle. And right now, just nothing shows up as out of ordinary. If the volcanic eruption, we would expect to see some very cold cloud temperatures, anomalously cold and outside of the weather pattern. But we have not seen anything like that. And eventually, as clouds clear up and we get some of those easterly trade winds, perhaps we'll have a better and clearer view and see if there's, sometimes you might see some discoloration if belching off a little bit of steam or smoke. But we'll keep our eyes on that, and we'll keep in close contact with Saipan emergency management officials. But with that, that's all I got for weather. Any questions?
Yeah, I mean, I was just talking about, since you touched on, the whole thing about, anomalies, like earthquakes, and you said like volcanoes. If one of those things should just like say, we're all knocking on wood right now that it doesn't happen, but if an earthquake should happen like somewhere in the region and everything like that, how does that disrupt like, weather systems that you guys are already tracking? And then, you can kind of see the development and the formation of them, 3-4 days out. And then all of a sudden you've got this extreme, heat plume that comes up.
Yeah, so it's a matter of multitasking and prioritization. So in the case of, I think it was Thursday, when we had both the Alaska earthquake and tsunami threat, but also the volcano, we had to really spin into action and pull a few more forecasters onto the floor. So we usually have a couple extra forecasters working on some administrative duties and training. In those rare cases, it's just all hands on deck. We're going to respond. We're going to be in steady communication with Guam Civil Defense, also Saipan emergency management officials, and we're collecting details, and we're going into active mode to look for any type of conditions, any signal from satellite imagery. Unfortunately, the only seismic sensor is here on Guam, and that will only detect either the closer weak earthquake shakes. These are 5, 4, 4.5 magnitude, or the much larger earthquakes anywhere around the world. And so our sensor did sense that disruption from the Alaska earthquake.
Has that ever
But we're
happened
gonna be
before,
watching that
Brandon?
stuff.
Say a volcano erupts and there happens to be like a cold front or like a pressure system coming through that area and everything like that. How do those two typically polar opposite events, do they counteract each other? Do they cancel each other out, or?
Well,
or do they make one big mess?
Well, it'll make a big mess. There was a case, I think, when Anatahan had a major eruption, I think maybe in the 90s. You remember that, Paul? Anatahan's eruption? 2005. So my co-worker in the background, Paul, he was here, 2005.
Good morning.
Anatahan. Jason says hi. Anatahan blew. We happened to have a typhoon, or at least a tropical storm or typhoon to the east of the Marianas. So that had induced a north wind from the far northern islands down into Saipan. And so the smoke plume, the ash plume, was steered right over Saipan. And so they had very low visibility. They had a lot of haze. You had ash depositing on the island. They had to close the airports because volcanic ash and jet engines are not suitable partners. You don't want to mix the two.
Yeah.
So that was a really interesting event. But the other thing, meteorologically, for clouds to form, you need some type of particulates in the air, whether it's dust, dirt, volcanic ash. And on these little particles, the water vapor can cling to it, condensate, and that's how you get the cloud development. We call those cloud condensation nuclei. So I guess you could say in pristine, in a vacuum pristine, no particulates in the air, you're not going to get cloud development. So you've got to have some type of pollution, some type of particulates in the air.
All right. He blinded me with science. That's fascinating stuff. Yeah. But Brandon, if things should change and everything like that, you've got our, you're on our emergency WhatsApp chat and everything like that. You ever want to come back, all you have to do is just shoot us a note and we'll make time for you. You've got.
Will do. Absolutely.
Hey, and best to you and your team, man. You guys are doing a good job. That's why you guys make the big bucks.
We stay busy, underslept sometimes.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Have a good dry week.
Yeah, and also your twin brother was jumping in the comments and he said Hafaday watching from Arizona. The man never sleeps.
I don't think so. I think he puts his phone in auto mode and it just kind of responds to things and comments.
Well, you guys are really, really dedicated to your craft, and we certainly appreciate that. So have a good day, man. Stay dry.
Thank you. You too.
All right.
Thank you, Brandon. Hey, that's Work Week weather brought to you by Docomo Pacific. Are you experiencing financial hardship from the COVID-19 pandemic? You and your family may qualify for the Emergency Broadband Benefit Program, the EBB. You down with EBB? Visit Docomo Pacific's Tamuning HQ to see if you qualify to receive $50 off select internet and mobile plans. The offer is limited. Please come in today and inquire about EBB. Docomo Pacific, better together. Good morning.
Catch the barbecue. It's a series highlighting the wide array of talents on our island. Whether they're a standout gamer, extreme athlete, performer, or have a unique skill to show off, we're showcasing them every month on Wow Factor. Brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do.
We're on a mission to fill the bus with necessary school supplies and food for our island's children in need. The KUAM Care Force and Salvation Army, along with our partners GTA, Twinkles, Anderson Air Force Base, and Kloppenburg Enterprises, are collecting necessary items including school supplies and food items to help send our community's youngest and most vulnerable members back to school. New backpacks, notebooks, pencils, pens, crayons, and other donations are welcome, as well as food pantry items. Please do your part and give every child a chance to learn learn, grow, be nourished, and have a wonderful return to school. You may drop off your supplies to our Harmon Studios weekdays between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. up until Friday, August 6th, or come down to our finale between 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday, August 7th, where we'll be attempting to fill the bus with all your donations. Rise up to the challenge, embrace radical generosity, and help us fill the bus for Salvation Army and kids in need. See the complete list of items being accepted on KUAM.com. See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
Catching your favorite events during the Tokyo 2020 Summer Games has never been easier. In addition to the KUAM TV8 broadcast presentations of the July 23rd opening ceremony, the competitions you look most forward to, and the poignant closing ceremony, you can stream the specific events you want to watch through NBCOlympics.com and the NBC Sports app. Visit KUAM's website and click on any of the Tokyo 2020 banner ads and you will be whisked away to all the action. If streaming sports in the Summer Games is on your personal viewing schedule, then look no further than KUAM.com for links to watch the Tokyo 2020 Summer Games. Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G. Get through the work week with a special office party from Uno Go and participating restaurants. Every week, we're delivering lunch from a local dining partner to one lucky office for up to 50. Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi. A new musical competition series from NBC focusing on original music is in the works, and they're looking for contestants. American Song Contest is modeled after the hit European phenomenon Eurovision, which has produced some of the most talented performers the world has ever known. The show's looking for individuals and bands from all types of music to find and act in every state and territory, including representatives from Guam and the CNMI. Go online to AmericanSongSubmissions.com to enter and submit your original song submissions now. Must be 16 years or older and groups cannot exceed 6 people. Additional conditions apply. So apply today and get ready to rep our island on the national stage. American Song Contest debuts next spring on NBC. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Breeze 93.9 FM.
Sense. Gravitational pull in the world where I exist. Continuation of this music, do the best that I can give as I live day to day in the present and forgive. Try to change my ways on the path that is given. Been a long and crazy road, still I push up for the biz. Drizzle love over the track with some pride for a bit of unmistakable taste. Waste not when driven. When the fire is ablaze, cool the heat down, no more skit. Worked in and out of doing music, so you can say I live for this. Mind, body, and soul, beat of my heart, this is it. Perceptive, open, simply stricken when you vibe to a crisp bucket list. Not fulfilled, not yet. Listen in, I'm loving the way you sound, screaming loud, rocking it. Shocking when I see you bobblehead. I live for it, wish for this unconditional love. Hover above the clouded dish. Shroud has been removed from this being, spark some wit here. Kanta, burita nota mogu. Si tu usma osisa. Esti ilina lohu. Met bukwita. Kanta, burita nota mogu. Si tu usma osisa.
Hey, good morning, 8:53. Good morning, it's Monday, August 2nd. Wet, Palaxi the Maxi. Wet, 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 according to the National Weather Service, who brought us our work week weather report on this Monday. 100% chance of showers today. And already it's been fulfilled. It has been showering all morning. Please be safe out there, 8:53. Continuing to wish our Magahaga safe travels. We'll pop this picture up here. This is from Kathy Flores, who's a special assistant to the governor's Facebook page. I'm not sure if she's traveling with Magahogs on an official capacity or just as her bestie. But yeah, they're off island, and they attended this huge gathering with the Guam Society of America, I believe in Baltimore, Maryland. And I think we were all talking about in here about how none of them are wearing masks, right? As we're now, courtesy of the Magahaga, under a mask mandate here on Guam. But, you know, it isn't Guam they're at, so anyway. But I'm just saying, with the Delta variant and all this talk, we got Dr. Hoa coming on saying, hey, be careful about spreading it to kids. You would think that we would have a little leading by example. I don't know, am I nitpicking? Am I? Because I don't want to sound like a hater. I'm just saying, though, if you're going to tell your people to wear a mask, then damn it, you should be wearing a mask, too. That's all. I'm just common sense. Good morning. It's 8:54. Let's go into the KUAM News Zoom room where Senator Sabina Perez is standing by. Good morning, Senator.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina, KUAM, and the listening audience as well.
Thank you for joining us on this Monday morning. So, wow, quick response here from Senator Perez and a couple of your colleagues. This is relative to this Marble Cave incident, where there's a stark reminder. I think a lot of people kind of forgot about the limitations that the Guam Environmental Protection Agency has when levying fines against those who would damage our environment.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, we, the Speaker and I both introduced two bills on Friday to respond to some of the constraints Guam EPA has. One of them is the caps on damages due to erosion. And so the Speaker, I co-sponsored the bill with her to remove those caps. As you know, in the notice of violation or the penalty order, it states that they could have fined them about over $18 million for the 368 days that they were non-compliant. The other thing was that Guam EPA has been suffering a shortage of workers. A lot of them are leaving GovGuam, as what we're seeing with other agencies, to federal jobs, which are paying double the amount. And this has been happening for over a period of time. And so one of the things that Guam Ipe has is they're entitled to use tax, 20% of the use tax to help with enforcement. And this, to my knowledge, has not been tapped into. It's high time that they get the resources that they need, considering their shortage of staffing. In my conversations with Guam EPA, they can barely keep up with all the plans and the permitting. And I see that by bringing in more resources and money, especially during the budget cycle, now is the time. If we really want to make the change, we really have to put the money towards Guam EPA to ensure that they are fully carrying out the mandates that they have. There are other issues too. Sorry.
Is that
Yes,
kind
go
of
ahead.
part of what we're seeing here? Because you said that ensuring that they're carrying out the mandates, because in the notice of violation they were cited for the fact that they approved this plan for the sediment and erosion controls, right? But this was a project that's been going on for, I want to say, 2 years, and so it kind of makes me wonder: was anybody watching and ensuring that they were following through with these plans? I mean, 368 days, that's a whole year. Was anybody like, hey, you didn't build the ponding basin 2 and 4 and 6 or whatever?
Yeah, that's a valid point. That when we approve plans, we should be able to monitor those plans as well. And this could have been completely avoided. Had the company actually implemented the plans they said they would. This was based on a condition. So their project was approved on these conditions, amongst other conditions. So in looking over the application review committee comments, there were other conditions that were placed on this project, including the erosion control. And so, yes, absolutely. And I do want to thank the community that reported this. That was so vital. I think that we need to continue to have, people in our community to watch and to report, to help fill those gaps. And of course, we need to give agency to our agencies, whether it comes in the form of resources or whether it comes in the form of legislation, just to give it more teeth. And, this is just, I think, just the beginnings. Guam EPA doesn't have primacy when it comes to Clean Water Act violations, which is why they referred it to US EPA. And by giving them the primary enforcement authority, they can react quicker. Of course, monitoring it should be definitely a part of it. But quick enforcement action is needed. And being that it's raining, heavily these past couple of days, it's important that the company actually responds and fulfills the order requirements to comply and to ensure that there's no further damage. We saw the damage that happened at Marble Cave and the neighboring areas, which is one of the requirements of this project, was that they would not affect neighboring properties, including the historic district of Marble Cave. Marble Cave, in fact, one of the requirements was that they were supposed to protect that site, including visual effects. So there's other regulatory actions that can come out of this. And I did reach out to SHPO's office. I reached out to BSP to find out that there wasn't a consistency done. So normally when you have projects that could affect the coast, federal consistency is supposed to oversee these projects. And this is something also to think about, when we're talking about strengthening our laws to ensure that this doesn't happen again. We have to maybe perhaps look at the federal consistency, look at Guam EPA gaining primary enforcement authority over Clean Water Act violations. So yeah, there's a whole host of other things that need to happen. But for now, it's really important that any corrective action is done immediately to prevent any further damage at this point.
Yeah, we heard over the weekend the Guam Contractors Licensing Board is also involved with this, and their investigative team is meeting, and they're doing some reassessments, kind of relative to what Sabrina opened this conversation with about whether or not there was follow-up. on checking, inspecting these facilities. Are we at the point, Senator? Because I know it's early on, but have we reached a point where maybe you want to trigger an informational hearing or something?
Yes, I'm working with Senator Rajel. We'll be setting up a joint oversight hearing on this, and so we'll definitely keep the public. We'll let the public know as soon as we schedule that. I know we're heading into budget cycle, so it probably would have to be the evening hours if we're gonna. Yeah, the budget needs to be done too as well. So we're competing with that. Our obligation as senators.
All right.
But yeah, there are definitely a lot of questions that need to be answered regarding this. And that's the other thing, a conditional permit. This has been a big problem for the government of Guam is who's going to enforce these conditional permits? And I believe I asked this question before, and there isn't one entity that has, enforcement authority over projects where there's conditional permits involved. And this is probably going to take more changes in law, procedures to ensure that these conditional permits aren't being followed through. It's really hard to see that, these projects are developed and then the community's left behind, the environment's left behind. We can't continue to let this happen. And I am committed to making changes. Working with agencies to make these changes happen.
When you say joint oversight hearing, you are talking about Guam EPA, DPW also, or Guam Power Authority?
Yes, so it would be with the oversight for GPA, the developer, involve the developer.
What did you make of GPA's comment? I mean, maybe this is an oversimplification, but they kind of seem to wash their hands of it and say, oh, it's on the contractor. They got to pay the fines and, it's on them.
Yeah, so they did provide ARC comments to the project. I would have to go back and look and see what were their conditions for GPA. I think their response was generally related to the power grid, from my understanding. They do have some culpability when it comes to their part of the ARC, in addition to the other agencies such as DPW, State Department of Parks and Rec through the State Historic Preservation Office. So yeah, they I guess they're basically relegating the authority of the environmental issues to other agencies. But yes, I mean, that's something maybe to look at is, how can we really coordinate? It's the environment affects everybody. It's connected, it's interconnected to everything. And, we need to develop these proper procedures so that it's coordinated, our response is coordinated and not segmented into these different agencies. Because Ireland is small. Our aquifer is so vital and precious. We need to be able to be accountable as a whole, a whole body.
So then let me just ask you, Senator, before you introduce your bill regarding lifting the caps and all of that, what was just your initial reaction when you saw the pictures come out of the damage over there, especially to Marbo Cave, and you hear about the private property owners' concerns on what has transpired? What was your initial reaction? Were you upset? Were you mad?
Oh, yeah, definitely. It's egregious. It should have been avoided. And in fact, prior to becoming senator, I was at these meetings expressing my concerns about the project. And, of course, it like I think most community members is like, where's, all these projects seem to go through, right? And the safeguards are, it feels like the safeguards are not enough. Or perhaps, the community is not listened to, right? That's the general feeling with projects taking place, these huge projects taking place. Somehow these environmental concerns are minimized. It's, we have to deal with the damage. We have to control the damage now. But moving forward, how can we strengthen these laws, and how do we bring our community in even more? Right. I think the community was a big part in this, and the press too. So thank you for the reporting it. To get a reaction, to get a response, a swift response, which was needed. But yeah, moving forward, we need prevention. I believe I'm a strong believer in prevention. How can we prevent damage? How can we prevent, harm? These are things in the foremost of my mind moving forward.
But the bill that was introduced, is that going to be able to be like grandfathered in? Because $18 million versus, you're just going to be subject to $125,000 because, that's the cap.
That's a very good recommendation. That's something I would probably have to discuss with the legal bureau at the legislature to see if that is, possible. But yeah, I mean, it is pretty astounding that we're talking about a $1 billion, a company that makes billions of dollars, right? And being slapped with a fine of $125,000 is not, does not really provide enough enforcement capability for us, and it doesn't hold the company accountable for the damage that they've done. So that's something to definitely bring to the table.
Yeah, that's just a big kick in the gut, especially when I read the NOV and the $10,000 a day and 368 days, and it's 18 million. But we can only assess up to 125.
I mean, that being said, though, Guam EPA has, at least in my review over the last several years, they haven't always assessed the maximum penalty that they can.
Yeah, that is true. I remember, I think this came from your reporting, where they were able to wipe off the penalty if the company showed that they were going to do corrective action. So yeah, this is an improvement for sure, but yeah, definitely it's not enough.
Yeah, and we the public and the media and everybody is not always going to rally around every environmental infraction. And I mean, that's kind of what happened here, is I think there were just so many eyes on this thing and it was just so egregious, like Guam EPA had said, that they had no choice but to really try and, slap them with the most substantial fine they could issue.
Yeah, and US EPA is still, there's still regulatory action to happen, I think. So US EPA, has, I think, bigger guns, a stronger ability to enforce greater fines and greater, hold them more accountable. And plus, the neighbor, the landowners too, in the proximity to the site, they also have legal recourse as well.
Right.
So there's other regulatory actions, other actions that can come out of this.
Yeah. There was one company that had got a notice of violation, and they were allowed to work off their fine by renovating the bathroom over at Guam EPA. So, I mean, I totally appreciate the legislation that you're introducing. Obviously, it's very needed. But at the same time, when we haven't gone out and really handed out the penalties that a lot of these people deserve, then, I think we also got to flip the mirror on ourselves and say, hey, what gives? You know what I mean?
Right. And speaking with Walter, the administrator, in some of the conversations, he is, committed. I could sense that he is committed to carrying out these enforcement actions, penalties to its fullest.
And that's kind of what we're seeing here, is all these GovGuam agencies who are supposed to be involved and regulating this. I mean, were they even doing their jobs? Were they going on site? Were they doing the inspections? We heard from DPW that they had no issues with the submitted plan. But then I hear from other regulatory agencies that they're not even sure if the plan was even checked on or if it was implemented. Because, it's one thing to just submit something that looks really good on paper.
But to fall through.
Yeah, but to fall through. Yeah, so it kind of seems like this is going to be an interesting oversight hearing to watch.
Yes, I agree. We can't just stop where the plans are submitted. We have to go forward and actually inspect the sites to prevent such the damages. So yes.
Well, good luck. So, a lot of work. Have you been able to go out to the site? I know it has been raining like crazy. I'm almost scared to see what's going on there now.
No, I haven't visited the site. It's probably not safe to do that.
Yeah, yeah. When we sent up the drone, it looked like they were just digging some of the ponding basins. I don't know if you've seen the footage that our Vic Fallon, he went and shot some of the video from atop, and you could actually see them actually working. I don't know if it's ponding basin, but it sure looked like a big hole that they were digging.
Yeah, this is going to be a difficult one to correct with this much rain. It's hard to fight nature like that. They're going to need more than that, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, that kind of slip just kind of makes me angry.
Well, Senator, thank you so much for your time. Anything in closing here? Are there any other issues that you wanted to touch on before we let you go? I feel like I want to ask you about the All Rise, but it just...
Yeah, DRT's meeting today.
Yeah, DRT is they're meeting today.
Meeting with the Mayor's Council. Remember about the Mayor's verification? And remember she said that there was the AG, Daphne was talking about the AG last week? Remember you were interviewing her and she was mentioning something about the AG. She needed clarification.
Right.
Because part of the RISE Act, I thought, was under required documents, it was mayor's verifications. And then the press release came out that the governor told DRT, never mind the mayor's verification. When you submit the application, we'll do the verifications.
On the back end over the phone. But then Daphne had said that was going to be problematic.
Yeah, so, oh.
Yeah, that's why I didn't want to ask you about it, because it's going to give me a headache.
Yeah.
Yeah, and plus we're starting session today, so I need to get ready.
Thank you, Senator.
Take care. Have fun, but good luck.
Yeah, shoot us a message if you do get any update on the meeting with DRT or anything. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator. All right, Senator Sabina Parrish. She's the oversight chair of the Environment, Procurement, Revenue Tax, and the Department of Labor. It's 9:13.
Busy.
Right. Let's go ahead and keep it in the KUAM News Zoom room and bring on Jay Perez. We're talking about the first annual, and we got some bunch of pictures here. Gregorio D. Perez fishing tournament. Jay, good morning.
I thought I saw him earlier.
Yeah, I had his camera set.
Okay.
Hi, good morning, Jay.
Morning, Jason. Morning, Chris.
Morning. We're not seeing you here. Is your camera on?
Oh, real quick. Hey, Jay, it's funny. I used to work for Jay when I was at IT. Good morning, boss.
That's right.
Hey, is your webcam cover on possibly? I had your video before, but I've just got a black screen now.
I haven't done anything with it, Jason. Yeah,
Well, Jay, you better put your tech support hat back on.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to take a quick break, and we're going to come back and figure this one out here. It's 9:14. Again, the show proudly brought to you by Pacific Points IT&E.
He's turning red.
Yeah, he is. Okay.
Break.
Yeah, break time. Jack in the Box, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Pacific Points. Good morning.
Banners, posters, the relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KOAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KOAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KOAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KOAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
KUAM Digital presents a series highlighting the wide array of talents on our island. Whether they're a standout gamer, extreme athlete, performer, or have a unique skill to show off, we're showcasing them every month on Wow Factor. Brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do.
We're on a mission to fill the bus with necessary school supplies and food for our island's children in need. The KUAM Care Force and Salvation Army, along with our partners GTA, Twinkles, Anderson Air Force Base, and Kloppenburg Enterprises, are collecting necessary items including school supplies and food items to help send our community's youngest and most vulnerable members back to school. New backpacks, notebooks, pencils, pens, crayons, and other donations are welcome, as well as food pantry items. Please do your part and give every child a chance to learn, grow, be nourished, and have a wonderful return to school. You may drop off your supplies to our Harmon Studios weekdays between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. up until Friday, August 6th, or come down to our finale between 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday, August 7th, where we'll be attempting to fill the bus with all your donations. Rise up to the challenge, embrace radical generosity, and help us fill the bus for Salvation Army and kids in need. See the complete list of items being accepted on KUAM.com.
Not to relax, get back someday. Anytime I want my half, I need it. I'll be present in a New York minute. Don't deceive me now, you know it's business. And it's been a long time, fortunately mine, playing on my soul, connected my control. Rock me so slow. Anytime I need it, she will.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the show. The link continues on this Overcast Monday, so if you are making your way around Guam's various thoroughfares, please be safe out there. We'll keep you abreast of what's going on with the weather. Out on the sea, however, there is going to be a wonderful event named after a fantastic member of our community, Gregorio Perez, and his godson, Jay Perez. Again, my former boss, joins us now in the KUAM News Zoom room. So, Jay, good morning. It's been a few minutes. So, how are you? First of all, good to see you.
I'm good, Jason. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's been a little while.
Yeah. So, this is a wonderful thing that you're doing, for your Nino to celebrate, his memory. And I remember, the pictures that you sent us. We're bringing them up on screen right now. At the time, this was a world record for the largest marlin caught, right?
That is correct. And not just at the time, the record was broken in 82. I believe it was a marlin caught out in Hawaii. But as far as is concerned, it is still the record. So, yeah.
Well, yeah, this is always going to stand. I actually remember from my Nino, my late Uncle Joe, who was an avid fisherman, and he would make reference to the fact that there's this massive marlin that was caught. Earlier in the show, Jay, I was talking about the fact that my family took a trip to Universal Studios, and I actually stood underneath the Jaws shark, the big
Right.
fake shark that they use in the movie and everything. And that thing looked like a guppy compared to the pictures we've got of this marlin. So what kind of memories does that stir for you and everything? Because this is something obviously family and friends literally like a big fishtail that you can take with you the rest of your life.
Yeah. Good memories. I was fairly young at the time. I do remember pretty vividly, though. I'm not sure which pictures you have, but I was actually in a couple of the pictures they took. Yeah, huge. I mean, just enormous marlin.
You guys must have had Swordfish Kelligwin for at least a week, every single day, I would assume. Yeah, that's going to feed a few people for a while.
It grow gills.
Yeah, that part I don't remember.
Well, Jay, there's a lot of fishing tournaments around. So how do you feel that this one is going to kind of stick out from the pack, and what's it going to offer to those people who join?
Okay, yeah. So let me tell you a little bit about what's happening with this derby. It is the first annual Greg D. Paris International Sports Fishing Derby. It will take place on August 25th. And that date is very significant because that's actually the anniversary, the 52nd anniversary of the catch, the world record marlin catch by Mainino. So that date is very significant. The categories obviously are similar to a lot of the derbies that are out there. We're looking at marlin category, yellowfin category, wahoo, mahi, and bonita categories. Over $64,000 in prize money up for grabs. So it's definitely worth being a part of this derby. And the special prize is $50,000 for any marlin over 1,153 pounds.
Hold on a second.
Which
Jay,
was
hold on.
world record weight.
Back it up here a second. Did you just say $50,000?
That's correct. 50,000.
Well, Jay, you know, Chris. As soon as we're done with the show, he's gonna go over to like Boat Basin. He'll be like dumping, like fish hormones into the water to try and grow these fish. Yeah.
Fish steroids.
Fish steroids. So, but they've got to break the 1,153 pound that your godfather said.
That's the marlin category, yes.
Wow. This is also very, very big of you because a lot of people would say, it's such a special thing, to have that record. And, some people believe that, records shouldn't be broken. Jay, because I know you're a big sports guy. And, there are athletes some athletes say, I never want my record to be broken. Others say, I can't wait for the next guy to do it. So this is very, very big for your family to say, we would like to see someone surpass this record.
Well, yeah, and I mean, yeah, that's great. It's definitely not an easy thing to do. I mean, the record was set 52 years ago. In this part of the world, it still stands. So it's not an easy thing to do. And Mainino was definitely one of the, great fishermen of the island. So, yeah, I mean, if someone can do it, great. But it's not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, you may want to have a pretty big boat. Just FYI, a little bit of a pro tip if you're going to haul in a 1,200 pound.
Not a Zodiac.
Well, I mean, a marlin that size, I mean, any fish that size is, I mean, when they caught the world record marlin, there was 5 people on the boat, and they could not get the marlin into the boat. So they actually tied it off to the side of the boat and
dragged it in. Yeah, are there any parameters or like stipulations as far as, since you mentioned it, how small or how big of a team there can be, and the boat size and what, and the gauge of the fishing line and whatnot?
There are some rules and regulations that are in place. There's really no specific size requirement as far as the boats are concerned. And I will get to in a little while. There's contact information. I guess I can just give it to you now.
Yeah.
Contact information for people that are interested to get registration forms, to find out more information. If they want copies of, excuse me, rules and regulations, they can reach out to either guamsportfishing@gmail.com, or they can call 689-2488. And they'd be able to get the applications to register for the derby, and any other information they need.
Right on. Jay, so are there any, what was that question you asked, Jay, about the fishing line?
I'm sorry, about what?
You can tell Jason doesn't know about
No,
fishing.
I was saying, you know, are there any
stipulations about the gauge of the fishing line that you have to use?
So basically, as long as you bring in a marlin that exceeds 1,153 pounds, then you would be considered to win the prize.
Yeah, you don't want to use 10-pound
Yes.
test on a 1,100-pound marlin, Jay. First of all.
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna pull one in on 10-pound test.
Yeah.
It's all a fisherman joke for you, Jay.
I think I got my old rod and reel from Gibson's way back in the day, right? And my dad got me for $7.
Can't take you anywhere.
Yeah.
Jeez. All right, Jay, and closing. So I know that still 3 weeks out, so maybe we'll bring you on a little bit closer, shake the tree.
Okay, sounds good. If I could, again, over $64,000 up for grabs. So, yeah, we encourage as many fishermen, fisherwomen, pescadores involved in it as possible. It's basically fishermen, you know, it's another day of doing what they love doing. So we look forward to getting as many people as we can involved in it. If I can, I also want to mention some of the sponsors that are helping make this possible. Cassidy's Insurance, Johnstone Guam, Guam Home Center, Flip Flop Shops, Ambrose Inc., Guam Fishermen's Co-op, Papa John's, Submarina, W5 Productions, and IT&E. So without these sponsors, obviously, it would be a lot more difficult to put this derby on. So we really appreciate them stepping up and being a part of it.
There you go, your chance to win $50,000.
Yep.
Right.
And I worked for Jay's family for several years, as I said. They're really, really good people, good members of our community. So this is a very worthwhile event.
And a good time to put this on, Jay, is we're now in, we're in Peak War 3, but there's no more limitations. So people can come out, they can gather, you know what I mean? We can all eat Marlene Kelligwin.
Exactly.
At the award ceremony.
Exactly.
Right on. Thanks, Jay. Good having you on. Let me know if you want to jump on before the tournament.
Sounds good. Thanks a lot, guys. You guys have a great day.
You too. Have a great week.
See you,
Stay
Jay.
dry. It's 9:28. We're going to take a quick break, and we're coming back with more of the link. Actually, get your passport ready because we're going over to the Philippines. Yep, to the medical city with Jason Solis. That is next, right here on the link. Good morning.
KUAM News, in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau, brings you the Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase. Look out for this powerful symbol for visitors, island residents, and industry workers alike, as it represents establishments with a consistent global commitment to safety practices. Stamped with approval by the Guam Visitors Bureau and the World Travel Tourism Council. Every Monday on KUAM News will feature a different local business who's taken the Safe Guam and Safe Travels pledge to maintain health and safety standards to get Guam back on track. Log on to visitguam.com to see how your business can receive the designation, what businesses in our community are Guam Safe certified, and have the WTTC Safe Travel certified.
A new musical competition series from NBC focusing on original music is in the works, and they're looking for contestants. American Song Contest is modeled after the hit European phenomenon Eurovision, which has produced some of the most talented performers the world has ever known. The show's looking for individuals and bands from all types of music to find an act in every state and territory, including representatives from Guam and the CNMI. Go online to AmericanSongSubmissions.com to enter and submit your original song submissions now.
Must be 16 years or older, and groups cannot exceed 6 people. Additional conditions apply.
So apply today and get ready to rep our island on the national stage. American Song Contest debuts next spring on NBC.
I decided to get vaccinated because I knew that it was the only way to keep myself, my family, friends, and everyone safe. And it was also my way of contributing to the fight against COVID-19. And I also encourage everyone out there, and especially those in the FSM communities here on Guam, to do your part and get vaccinated. My name is Victorious Flan, and I am a proud member of the vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Brought to you by American Medical Center, your partner in healthcare.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KYM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
Catching your favorite events during the Tokyo 2020 Summer Games has never been easier. In addition to the KUAM TV8 broadcast presentations of the July 23rd opening ceremony, the competitions you look most forward to, and the poignant closing ceremony, you can stream the specific events you want to watch through NBCOlympics.com and the NBC Sports app. Visit KUAM's website and click on any of the Tokyo 2020 banner ads and you will be whisked away to all the action. If streaming sports in the Summer Games is on your personal viewing schedule, then look no further than KUAM.com for links to watch the Tokyo 2020 Summer Games.
Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
Even though we have that wonderful logo behind us, it's the Medical City. The referral office in Tamuning is Raquel Ramos. Raquel, half a day.
Hi, good morning.
Now, I know you and I are in the same time zone, so it's 9:35 or so. So good to have you here in Tamuning. Hope you got to work safely, because, man, it's still raining out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but from the Philippines, Lawrence Sabayan is joining us. He is the AVP and Division Head for Relations and Product Management. So, Lawrence, very good to have you here. We're glad to have you on the show.
Happy day, everybody.
Okay, so we're going to talk about the Medical City and the services you provide the local community. How you can reach out to your fellow Kababayans on Guam and everything. But can we get maybe an overall update on what the status is? What is the current situation in the Philippines right now?
Well, it's pretty much the same, although quite recently because of the new variant, the Delta variant, there's some spikes. So the cases are increasing lately, but everything's under control. The government is implementing stricter restrictions and quarantine measures for the next couple of weeks. So that is to curb the increasing cases, particularly driven by the Delta variant. But everything's pretty much under control. So there will be some things that will be implemented, but as per our discussion with the Department of Health, the traveling of patients from other countries will still be allowed. Mm-hmm. So that should not be affected.
Okay. We've talked on this show before about vaccination, like on Guam, obviously in the Philippines because of the scale and scope and just the sheer number of, millions and millions of people that need it and everything like that. We've talked in the past about what the plan was and everything like that. how do you see it right now as far as how vaccines have been rolled out in the Philippines, and what can we expect maybe in the next few months?
Well, it's still we're still continuously rolling that out. There are about 20 million Filipinos that have already been vaccinated, but of course we're quite a big country, so that's just 9% of the total population. And we are still waiting. I think the major bottleneck is the arrival of the vaccines here in the Philippines. But as time goes, we are seeing a lot more of the vaccines coming in. So we're hoping that the rollout will be going on faster.
Maybe Raquel, I can fold you into this next question because you know, the medical city, by your nature, you guys were one of the first ones to say, you know, we stand ready, we're ready to go. Our staff is trained well. We're obviously aware of what's going on, but these things change day to day and everything like that. What's the operational tempo that you're having right now, and kind of like the attitude and the motivation of your team?
Well, I'm the one who manage everything here in Guam, and then I process everything for the patient and then send it to my team. We do coordinate everything from time to time. All the changes, all the new news that there's a new advisory changes for flying to Philippines, we send it to everyone of our team so that they all know what's going on in the Philippines. But it changes from time to time. Like we have a new changes this time, and then later on again there's a new changes. So we need really to check the website of the Philippines, the Department of Health, the tourism. So what's the new advisory, and we need to provide it to my team so that if we have new patients, we can coordinate that as well to our patients accordingly.
Okay. Now, because you do referrals and, you know, because you're on Guam, maybe a two-part question now. It's like, one, do you accept international patients if they need that treatment? And do Guam patients, are we considered international? I mean, you know, Filipino culture is so ingrained, like in Guam, and like it's such a part of like our island family. Can we be considered local?
Well, we actually look the same. Every time I go there, I can't recognize. So it's been quite a while, so I miss going there already. But yes, we are actually accepting patients, both international and Filipino. So Guam patients including, and the rest of the Pacific Islands. Even at the height of the pandemic, Raquel has been patiently coordinating with the offices there in Guam and here in the Philippines for us to be able to assist the patients to come here in the Philippines, for them to get the medical care that they need. So and as time goes by, we have learned a lot. It wasn't like anymore like walking on eggshells, you know, because you don't know what's gonna happen and all that. So we have learned a lot. We have gained experience, and now it's almost very, very smooth sailing because we are just really following the international standards and all the guidelines that were provided by the government. So yes, we are accepting patients, Guam patients at that, the Pacific Islands patients, and even so the Philippine patients. It's the only difference is that I would say that it's easier for the Filipinos abroad to come back to the Philippines for their medical care. By easy, I would say it takes less time. But for international patients, it takes a little longer because it goes through a lot of the government offices, from the Department of Health until the Department of Foreign Affairs and Raquel. And we'd like to thank the consular office in Guam, consular office of the Philippines in Guam, for because we've been working with them closely for us to be able to provide this service to our patients.
Yeah, it was so heartbreaking last year because for so many months, I mean, it seemed like forever, but there were so many Filipinos who just wanted to go home, but because of restrictions and, you know, safety protocols, you know, like that just wasn't possible. And certainly that's not a unique thing. We had, like, you know, our brothers and sisters regionally here throughout the Micronesian islands, and they couldn't go back as well. But things are starting to get a little bit better, and we're seeing repatriation flights and things of that nature. I did want to ask though, what are, for people that may not be familiar with the specific services you provide, are there more common, elective procedures or different types of treatment or checkups and everything that tend to be the most common with the local market?
Well, before, at the height of the pandemic, even until lately, the only ones that were allowed to travel are actually those that would need urgent care, meaning they really need to do some diagnostics, they really need to do some interventions. So those were the ones that were allowed by the government, and that as actually supported by all the medical records that they send to Raquel, and Raquel now submits to the Department of Health for some quarantine immunity, so that they go straight to the hospital. But lately, because there have also been some clamor from the international patients about the executive checkup. The Philippines has really become one of the homes for executive checkups and annual exams.
And it's fantastic work you guys do over there.
Yeah, so that is also being allowed by the government. Although from my last discussion with the Department of Health here in the Philippines recently, I think it's going to happen about in the next couple of weeks. But patients who want to come to the Philippines for their annual physical exam or annual checkup may already coordinate with us so that they can fly as soon as possible.
Okay. Now, Raquel, I would say probably and you know this being on Guam, but there are so many Guamanians who unfortunately probably have very good knowledge of the procedure when you travel, like for medical purposes and everything like that. How has that changed, like over the last year? And what steps and what additional concerns do people who might need to go for medical treatment, like what do they need to know?
They just need to know how's the currently process that we have, because waiting for a medical treatment will take 4 to 6 weeks just to get their visa approval. They just need to be patient of the process, and then from there I'll collect all the requirements from them. I'll submit it to DOH for approval and IITF. Once it's approved, and then I'll call them, because I will receive a notification that they're already approved. Then I'll call them to bring their passport with their 2x2 pictures and birth certificate. Then I'll submit it to consulate, and then have them stamp for the visa. Then the following day I'll pick it up, and then I'll return their passport. And then from there, I'll also give all the requirements to them before their travel. I'll guide them throughout until they come back to Guam. So they don't need to worry anything when they do their medical treatment to the Philippines.
So in summary, it literally is your job, Raquel, to make sure that you take care of like a lot of the logistics and make it so much easier for the patient. They don't have to make a million different phone calls and run papers all over the place and everything. But what they have to do is you just ask for their patients. It's kind of hard to be patient when you are a patient, but I absolutely see that. So you're making it easier.
Yeah, less stress for them and also for the family member.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Jason. Sorry, Jason.
No, please,
I would
please.
just like to add, you're asking about the difference. The only difference is, of course, they're traveling during the pandemic. So one of the things that the government has required is, number one, that they need to be fully vaccinated. So we are the ones validating that as well. And then when they come here in the Philippines, it's point to point. So they cannot leave the medical city. So from the airport, we pick them up and then go straight here at the medical city for COVID tests. And then during their stay here for the procedure or whatever, they cannot leave the hospital premises. And when they are bound to go back to Guam or wherever, it's going to be point to point again. So it's literally from airport to the hospital or the medical city, and then the medical city to the hospitals. But if they must need anything, because I know that our friends from Guam are very much familiar with all the things that they can buy here in the Philippines. We have personal shoppers here if they want. So while they're recuperating or while they are admitted in the hospital, they may just ask us, and we can actually buy it for them. So that's what's happening. What's happening.
So it is kind of like the bubble concept that I know a lot of people have been talking about. A lot of different international markets of saying, we're putting together these quarantine bubbles. They're all basically kind of like the same general idea. But that's very, very impressive that you guys have basically made it like, one-stop shopping for the patient so they can concentrate on seeing their physician, getting better, getting the help they need, and then hopefully come back.
That's correct, Jason.
Mm-hmm. Okay, now, because, as a global society, like things are getting a little bit better, even though, there's a big concern, obviously, with the Delta variant going around. Are there any new services, Lawrence, because you deal with product and everything? Are there new services, new procedures, new treatments that if people here need to avail of, you guys are able to facilitate them?
So this used to be like an old service, but it's totally new because of all these things that we have to follow. So Raquel is always and our team here in the Philippines are always in tune with whatever guidelines that are set so that they come here in the Philippines. But when they come here, some of the things that they would also observe is that this hospital is operated in a 2-in-1 system. So I would always say to my friends that if there's one place that they will be very much comfortable going to, it's probably the hospital, because you would know which one is the clean side or the non-clean side, because we have here green zones and yellow zones. And we have very, very strict triaging system so that we know where the patient must go, whether the yellow zone or the green zone, yellow zone being the COVID zone. And there are other services. We have improved our executive checkup services, so that's coming out soon. And all other pretty much elective procedures that they need, they can just get in touch with us for that.
Okay. Well, final question, Raquel. We'd like to give the lady the final word, and just so people can make the process as quickly as possible, and they don't have to do redundant work, like you said, because you're going to take care of all of that. You said the process tends to take about 3 to 4 weeks, right?
3 to 4 weeks or so. It depends
Okay.
on the jurisdiction of Department of Health and the Department of Foreign Affairs.
Okay. Prior to coming to your office in Tamuning, what should a patient, or somebody just making a general inquiry, what kind of information should they provide to you to make the process go as smooth as possible?
They just need to always bring their medical records. If they have medical treatment, bring their medical referral. And also their passport copy. And also, I'll just prepare their LOI, which is the letter of intent for the patient. Then from there, I can already assist them.
Okay. Well, Lawrence and Raquel, we look forward to talking to you again. And thank you for doing all that you do, both for your countrymen in the Philippines and for people here that are looking for other ways to get medical care. You guys are really doing quality work, and we really appreciate the time.
Thank you so much, Jason.
Okay, hey, come back on the show anytime, and you guys are doing fantastic work.
Thank you. Keep safe.
All right, you too. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day. All right, everybody, we got some music for you now. Here is our Cover Me segment, sponsored by Burger King and our friends at Docomo Pacific.
I got my driver's license last week, just like we always talked about. 'Cause you were so excited for me to finally drive up to your house. But today I drove through the suburbs crying 'cause you weren't around. And you're probably with that blonde girl who always made me doubt. She's so much older than me, she's everything I'm insecure about. Yeah, today I drove through the suburbs, 'cause how could I ever love someone else? And I know we weren't perfect, but I've never felt this way for no one. And I just can't imagine how you could be so okay now that I'm gone. past your street. You know my friends are tired of hearing how much I miss you, but I kind of feel sorry for them, 'cause they'll never know you the way that I do. Yeah, today I drove through the suburbs and pictured I was driving home to you. And I know we weren't perfect, but I've never felt this way for no one. Oh, and I just can't imagine how you could be so okay now that I'm gone. I guess you didn't mean what you wrote in that song about me, 'cause you said forever, no, I drive alone past your street. Yeah, you said forever, now I drive alone past your street.
That was Cover Me, brought to you by Burger King, where you can celebrate Chicken Fries Friday on, yes, Fridays. You go there, you order a chicken fries, and you say, I love, love, love chicken fries. And they're going to give you another one just like that. Let's go ahead and move on here, guys. I want to give you a sneak peek of the Sean Gumatato, That's It, That's All podcast. Jay, where can they find the awesome podcasts that make up the KUAM podcast?
This was a bonus, by the way.
Yeah, it is available like right now. And Sean got what we call in the business a really good get. You know, he used to work for Governor Camacho, and the former governor, Guam's sixth chief executive, gave him some of his time talking about, you know, his thoughts on the pandemic, where we could possibly go right now. And, you know, he did not have kid gloves on and everything like that. He was very, very frank with Sean. But as far as where you can find it, every single podcast platform that you could possibly think of, our podcasts are there. So just type KUM Podcast Network. If you're on an Apple device, you're going to see all of our shows. And we've even made it easier. If you're on an iOS device, you can subscribe to every single show in one click.
Nice.
Boom, you're in.
Jay, I know that I saw on the KUM News Facebook page, and also I believe the YouTube, that you're going to be debuting a new episode of the Huff and Aidzo podcast.
Yes, that comes out on Wednesday at 10 a.m. And so Glenn and Josh, and, you know, we're going to hear from Glenn about how nervous he's going to be prior to the... But it's a really, really good show, and they actually host like a roundtable of several members of Guam's LGBT community, and they're sharing their coming out stories. And they said, you know, like we all have a few things in common, you know, like the struggle, it's obviously some of the anxiety, some of the pushback, but also a lot of understanding how they were embraced by friends and family and everything. And you know, people of different ages, backgrounds, and it's a very good, honest conversation. I think you're going to like it.
We're going to love it, and we can get a little clip of that for the show?
Yeah.
Nice. 9:53 again. It's a sneak peek at the Sean Gumatato, That's It, That's All podcast episode coming up on the KUAM Podcast Network.
Day. Where do we start? As a dad, as a brother, as a son, as a grandfather today, and as a private citizen, where do you feel, or what do you see is the state of Guam today?
Well, thanks, Sean. It's very interesting. I can try and bring in the perspective I have of being a former leader in public policy, in running the executive branch of government, also being involved in lawmaking, but then also in the private sector, and so I've been far removed now from public life. It's been a dozen years or so since I've stepped out of office, and I'd have to say that I believe the state of our island is very, very complex right now. There are many issues that we're being faced with, unlike anything we faced perhaps since World War II. And I think of the generation of my parents and all they had faced, because life as they knew it was completely changed. And I think we're also going through that same type of thing under a different scenario. Of course, they had to deal with the physical destruction of our island, the violence of war, death, and now, of course, we've been faced with this COVID-19 issue and death at a certain level. also isolation. And so there are many parallels that you can see here locally, nationally, and internationally that has changed life from what we knew and how we've had to adapt to it. So the state of the island, I think, is very, very different now. Something that no one could have expected more than a year ago.
Yeah, you know, that
Wow, I'm excited for that, Jay.
That was a good one. And there's a lot. And yeah, there's a lot more of that. Really good conversation.
Yeah, I can't wait to listen to the whole thing. I tried to listen to some of it last week, Friday or Thursday, before we went on the air. So yeah, can't wait to hear the whole thing.
And the thing that's most significant is Governor Camacho talks about it, you know, as a former, again, the former chief executive of GovGuam, the former commander-in-chief of the National Guard, and, you know, like from that standpoint. But he also just says, you know, and that Sean was coming on like last week, and he said he ran into him, and he goes, you know, I water the grass now, you know, like I'm doing laundry. He's just a Guamanian too.
Yeah, but during his tenure also, he was the governor when I believe it was the SARS outbreak. So he's experienced in dealing with something like, well, not to this extent, right? With COVID.
Yeah, and
but he
COVID is SARS COVID, right? So
right.
Was he SARS and bird flu?
Yeah,
I think they were around the
But he also, during his administration, we've kind of pointed this out multiple times with Sean, even when the state of emergency was declared, that they were the ones, him, Dr. Mike Cruz, also because he was lieutenant governor, helped prepare and craft the emergency response plan, which included the Annex for Pandemic Response.
Correct.
So
while we've heard many times that this is an unprecedented time, and it was indeed an unprecedented time, that doesn't mean necessarily that plans to address this type of time weren't unprecedented. They were made and in place. So,
whether they followed it or not, it's a different story.
Right, because they had the superpowers.
But
that was a bill that was signed into law by Carl Gutierrez.
Yeah, former Governor Carl Gutierrez.
But even at that,
crafted by
Yep. Former Governor and then Senator Eddie Bozacavo. Thank you, Bree. I think they could hear you whispering the answers to me, though.
Oh, I don't have my earphones on.
Okay. Good job today, guys.
Yeah, real quick, want to tell you guys our Olympic coverage today. Michaela Skinner, the U.S. gymnast, is on the vault today. So
wow.
Watch to see how she is going for a medal for Team
How's her
USA.
mental health?
As far as I know.
Okay.
Empanada gets you in a good mental state, I must say.
Yes, it does.
Hey, Joe, sir, good job today. Right on. I like you, Joe. Bree, you're okay. Jason, good job.
Thank you.
KUAM TV, thank you guys
Remember,
so much.
it's impossible to catch a big marlin with a very, very light fishing wire.
You forgot to ask him what color boat you have to fish in.
And what color bait?
Yeah.
What kind of bait?
Can you wear your hat regular or backwards?
You know what kind of bait Jason uses.
Because he's such an experienced fisherman.
Hey, guys, again, the show brought to you by Pacific Point, Scavo Enterprises.
Okay, no,
IT,
you know what? I am
Jack
having a bad mental day. I am having a bad mental health day. It just happened.
It just happened. All right. Leaving you with a little bit of Tanapu meant to be for the Link fam. Hasta adios.
Bye.